Well, good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending upon where you are in the world. We are here to play a game. What is it, SJ?
It's on Brooms. So this is Teen Magic Academy, not to be confused with Teen Justice Academy, our Masks game. So think Harry Potter, but not that IP. It's our own houses, our own characters, own school, own world. Uh, Nothing too crazy happening. You guys just had your All Hallows Eve celebration, which went pretty well. There were rumors of other stuff happening at the end of last session, but it's probably fine. And now you guys are back to just normal school stuff. It's November. So yeah. Uh Misha, why don't you tell us how Kels is doing right now?
All right. Well, I'm Misha, or Misha underscore 3 here on Twitch, or at Misha Way on Twitter or Tumblr. I'm playing Kel. She's the reluctant Oracle. She's doing fine, except she's getting a lot of visions, like a lot of them, kind of about how their friend 2K, who's definitely a blood mage, but he's not supposed to be doing blood mage things, is planning on, I don't know, using blood magic to rescue their teacher or something on the blood moon coming up this Sunday. But her mom's gonna have her visit home this weekend, suspiciously, on the blood moon weekend. And oh yeah, there's also visions about like people doing drugs or something like that, but no one here would do drugs because they're all in high school and we don't break the rules here. So, it's fine. Aspen.
Hi, I'm Sin or Sinful __ potato on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, most social media sites. I play Aspen, the haughty descendant trope character, the animal horse lover, that type of high school characteristic. Sometimes could be confused with an actual animal. It's fine, it's cool. She's now nat 0 house points, which is nice. No more negatives. Finally ask Emmy out and hope she says yes. Who knows? I don't know. Why?
Hello, I'm Twi'lek and I'm playing Gustav. Gustav is very smart, intelligent, emotionally mature, and so far Ophelia isn't falling for it. 0.
It's me. And Phineas is he's the best of the bunch. Let's face it. Weird kid, but like really has internalized all the therapy. Offers great advice. He's wise for his years. Of course, he may be 200 years old. We don't know. So that could be an unfair advantage that he has. But it's fine. It's fine. And he's worried about, like, am I supposed to do something about the fact that Sai is on drugs? I don't know. Because he barely understands it. And now in his mind, doing drugs and hooking up are the same thing, kind of, or whatever, because there's that girl climbing into Sai's window and there's drugs involved. So, like I said, he doesn't understand how humans operate. But it all seems very complicated and strange.
So he thinks Mateo and Silent are
He doesn't
hooking
know.
up.
He doesn't know. He's probably heard someone say, "Hey, do you have the hookup?" Like, wait, is this like what is going on? Hey, can you hook me up with the notes from last class? It's like people are weird. And according to Granny Delicious, so
Yeah. Sure. So it is the morning of a school day. You guys are now back to the standard school grind. Let's see. Yeah, breakfast. You kind of hear some buzzing around. You hear some rumors about a spinnet facility being attacked. Not much information on it. Who knows? Could be a rumor. Could have been an actual thing that happened. But yeah, you guys are just chilling at breakfast.
Izzy,
Yeah.
there's a rumor.
Yeah, you know anything about it?
I was going to ask you.
I know a little bit, but what
Also,
what
I
do
saved
know?
you a caramel apple.
Oh, thank you.
I mean, they're
Um,
okay. They're not as good as like if you sliced apple and dipped it in caramel sauce. That just seems a lot less messy and actually, frankly, more delicious. But whatever. It's a tradition.
Cool. Maybe I'll eat it later.
Or give it to someone else.
It's early.
Yeah, or give it to someone else. I don't care.
But do you know anything?
Well, I haven't had a chance to ask Dr. Katz yet. I wonder if Dr. Katz might know something, but my guess is Dr. Katz probably knows something and won't tell us because we are just students and we can't handle these things. But I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that 2 of our professors are missing.
Well, 3.
Who's the 3rd one?
Professor.
Oh, I wasn't
Levi,
counting the ones that were either eaten or turned into toads. I was talking about Professor Ames and
Oh.
Professor Levi.
Oh, well, Ames isn't missing, is he?
He's
Isn't
not
he
here
just
and no
on
one
the-
knows where he is.
I mean, someone might know where he is.
I think if we don't know where he is, that means he's missing.
I mean, I never know where teachers go when they go on a leave of absence, but
They're probably hooking up.
Professor Levi and Ames?
No, just teachers in general.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, you should definitely see if you can get anything from Dr. Katz.
I will.
I know some people that have family in Spinnet that I'm going to try to see if I can get some stuff from,
Cool.
but we'll see.
So what? We'll keep our ears open and see if we can't finagle some facts, and then we'll meet up and compare notes.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Give me a brains roll, whoever wants to.
I got a.
I mean, you
14.
might as well. If you fail, you get an 18.
Yeah, 3.
I got a 5.
I'm just going to go ahead and add that adversity token now.
Got a 7.
Kels, you notice the new school resource officer talking with Manny, and they're looking at your table. Like, it definitely looks like the conversation is about you guys.
Okay.
That's all.
Cool.
Izzy doesn't know anything exactly, but we're going to try to gather information and compare notes.
About what? The Spinnet stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you talked to Dr. Katz?
I'm going to.
Okay.
Perhaps you could talk to your mother. Maybe she knows some things.
I don't think she would tell me.
That's
For
the
some
challenge,
reason.
isn't it?
It's not like she's. If it's not in the newspaper, I don't think she'd know about it.
Mm,
For Spinnet stuff, at least.
who knows?
I don't understand why adults can be secretive and yet they want us to tell them everything that we know. It's weird.
I know.
It's weird, especially since you guys tell each other everything, right?
Almost everything, except for the things that we said that we wouldn't.
There are lots of things we're keeping secret, but let's not talk about that right now.
2K. Do you know anybody in Spinnet?
Other than Professor Levi? Oh, really?
Not like, well, I met them.
Are they nice?
Some of them.
Mm. Wait. We know someone who is an investigator who has a sibling or nephew or niece or something here.
You mean Marius's dad? Which one? Marius or
Possibly.
Tobias?
It's Marius.
He's a Lexor.
Alexor, and that's a different thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Didn't specifically deal with the supernatural. The supernatural interdiction team.
And Lexors are magic cops and
Yes.
deal with
Well,
magic
the
people.
highest level.
Yeah.
Think like Mass Effect Spectre.
Yeah. Except the problem is this. I don't really understand the difference. Like, why is this art, like, magic is supernatural, so why is it all... anyway, that's a whole
Well,
other
some
conversation.
of it is magic crimes, and some of it is the supernatural creature has gotten loose and needs to be stopped, I presume.
Oh, I see. So, like, the difference between... No, I don't understand it.
Okay, that's fine. It's
Some
just-
some people do things deliberately, and then they need to be stopped. Whereas other things happen by accident.
And the accident ones are sort of like extra spooky. And I guess sometimes there's probably overlap.
Yeah,
when
like, what
spooky
happens
stuff
when
is
a,
done on purpose?
when a supernatural
have to work
creature does
together.
awful things on purpose? Because then it's like, is it both?
Think
Could
like the civilian world or the NIMP world. You'll have like a homicide unit, a special victims unit, a drugs unit. You'll have the DEA. You'll have different sections to deal with specialized things because that way they're more specialized. There's enough crime and things to go around that you might as well break it up because it's hard to be an expert in everything.
But he still doesn't understand. It's like,
This is just people who focused in their supernatural studies, and they're very good at supernatural things.
yes. All right.
Yeah. Whereas Lexors are probably better at, I don't know, stopping other powerful wizards in duels or something.
So, would you like to write to your friends then to check to make sure they're all okay?
I don't know how. I don't think we're friends, really.
My parents have a relationship like that.
Calder, did you find it odd with Professor Levi's absence that someone else hasn't been assigned to take care of you and make sure you're okay? I find it suspicious.
You don't have anyone either.
I find that suspicious.
Maybe there's still paperwork being done?
These are not mole people. I don't think that they're entirely bound by months of paperwork before they can make a decision. Although that would explain things, wouldn't it?
Maybe the counselors would know?
Or the school resource officer. We should divide and conquer.
I mean, he just got here, though.
Well, he's already done more, like 3 times as much as the last one did.
When I met him, the school resource officer had already heard of me. I think there might be a foul on us.
Or I
Yeah,
think
no, he's definitely learning more about us, like, for sure.
I think they were probably morally, if not legally, required to disclose what happened to the last one when they were hiring the new one. So I suspect all of our names came up.
I mean, we've been involved in every bad thing that's happened this year. So.
Well, we aren't involved in the drug ring.
Well, they don't. First of all, there's not a drug ring in our school because that would be crazy illegal. Secondly, they don't know about the drug ring. We don't know about a drug ring.
I mean, I know about the drug ring.
What about the mob?
I know we aren't involved in the mob. So look, there's a mob and a drug ring that we aren't involved in. See, we aren't involved in everything. Just all the attempts on our own lives. And we're
usually
the victims of that.
Aren't usually mobs and drug rings the same thing?
Are they?
I don't think it's. They have a lot of overlap on a Venn diagram, but I don't think they have to be.
Have we ever seen Sammy and Mateo together?
To be honest, I've hardly ever seen Sammy outside of
An
his room.
alcove. Yeah.
He just doesn't seem to go to class or anything. I know he's in a different year from us, but I think he might have some sort of special arrangement with the administration.
It's entirely possible. Maybe he supplies them with drugs.
I think Mateo's mentioned that he's done something with Sammy because he said he's brewed potions before.
Yeah.
Because he knows what he's doing as far as that goes.
When you guys were doing the eye-changing potion, I think he mentioned he's does stuff like that for Sammy.
Yeah.
So Sammy is a alchemical fixer for the mob. And Sammy wanted insight into Silen's interior landscape so he could find the leverage necessary to get Silent hooked on drugs, and has used Mateo to do it. It all comes together.
Silent is addicted to drugs.
Oh, I don't know about addicted. It's hard to tell.
Aspen, did you know about this?
Not really. I don't know.
2K, cover your ears retroactively.
We just cast a time bending spell. Yeah. No, I was considering whether we should have an intervention for Silent. Tell him how his whatever it is he's doing makes us feel. It just makes me feel confused. I don't understand it.
I think that's just people in general, really. But if Mateo is brewing for the mob, when Sammy was involved with Kells, Sammy asked Kells to inform on Silent. So perhaps Mateo is informing on people too.
It could, as opposed to a proactive plot, it could be that Mateo is supplying Silent in order to get close to him and get more secrets. Maybe.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people just get money from Sammy, actually. And if he's already crafting potions, he doesn't need to do rumors and things.
Well, I've seen the exchange rates, and to be honest, getting money from Sammy seems very reasonable.
I was going to say, maybe that's a good way to deal with our money situation.
It's probably not a good way to deal with any situation, Kel says, looking at Gustav.
So, you don't think that Sammy would have good romantic advice?
No, I don't think so. He'd
Oh,
probably try to like sell you a love potion, and that's like super illegal also.
so it seems like our choices are revolving around becoming drug dealers for the mob, which I'm not entirely sold on. And then there's the whole other thing. Which I'm not sold on.
If we become drug dealers for the mob, then we can prevent Sai from getting the drugs. Like, oh, sorry, also low.
That's not. All right, first of all, you'd have to have a monopoly on the market, which I feel like would be very difficult to do. Second of all, no one's becoming drug dealers for anybody. There are no drugs in school.
Oh, there are, though.
No, definitely.
There
Like,
100%
no one
are.
would do that.
Except for the people who are. Anyway, Aspen, I love your idea. What if we were to position ourselves as some sort of monopolistic drug ring and we're selling drugs to all the kids, only we don't. We just sell them like health tonics and vitamin supplements, but then peer pressure takes over because no one wants to admit to being square.
I think that's just normal drugs. Don't they all get cut with baby powder until there's no drugs left?
I don't know.
Only nymph drugs,
Oh.
because everything else would be potion based. Also,
Homeopathic drugs.
this is not a discussion we're having.
We could sell homeopathic drugs. It's like this water was theoretically close to some drugs at some point. Therefore, it maintains the memory of the drug. It's better. Cost twice as much.
Sympathetic drug magic.
Yes.
Could also make something that is not drug at all, like, say, like, I don't know, potion that has chocolate in, be like, this has drugs in it, it's our new special brand, chocolate Riz and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, it's the big thing, gotta try this.
Yeah. I think we're saying the same
All right,
thing.
one, there are myriad of logistical problems that would not make any of this work. Second of
one.
all, this is all stupid ideas. Where do you get the chocolate from? Are we just stealing it from the school? Someone would notice immediately. I'll
just replicate the turning a little bit of tiny piece of chocolate into a giant chocolate bat.
Oh,
do that
yeah,
100
that
times.
worked great.
Well, we'll
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
we'll do it in an enclosed environment so the bat can't.
So now you have magical chocolate that does who know what when you eat it. No,
it tingles.
How about you refocus to where you talk with Dr. Katz about the spinach stuff? How about you talk about that, okay? All this was dumb. 2K, you can uncover your ears. This was the dumbest conversation that we've ever had.
To be honest, I'm not sure anybody would like chocolate water. So...
Out of character,
honest.
how dare you? It's the best.
To be honest, I forgot that we had Calder cover his ears.
He can hear every
We
word
also
we say
said
anyway.
he said retroactively cover your ears as well.
Retroactively covering your ears is as effective as covering them, which is to say, not at all. Well, I think we've learned and grown as a result of our conversation.
The biggest eye roll from Kels. All right. Well, it's probably time for class.
Yep. Cool. It is a
Good,
day
it's
2
potions.
school day. Yeah.
Potions. This is great.
Yep. So, day 2 school day. So you guys start with potions. One of your favorite teachers. Nothing too crazy. Kels, you do notice Darby talking to Calder a lot again. Speaking in a hushed voice, so you can't really tell what he's saying to him, but it's clearly making 2K uncomfortable.
I do the thing again where I start trying to demand Darby's attention towards the potion.
Charm.
Yeah. 6.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
It's not really working.
What?
Gustav, give me a flight roll.
2.
Great. Rudy, while doing the potion, of course, happens where he goes to pour a little bit, but then the entire thing comes off, so it all goes into the potion, which then explodes and gets all over you guys. Luckily, it's not boiling or anything, but you guys are all gross now.
I was already a little gross, to be honest. Yes. Every place where I'm splattered with potion is now a bright red sore.
He will send you your table, first of all, -5 house points. Go to the doctor just to make sure. Just make sure you didn't get anything in your eyes or anything like that. Nobody wants to do anything crazy in potions. Next, you have Transfiguration. Where Gustav, you'll come back and listen to more of Rowan talking about his own romantic advice.
I really try very hard not to. I'm reading the text with determination. It doesn't quite work, but I'm trying.
Professor Victus.
Yes, Phineas.
So I attempted a small transfiguration. I think it was transfiguration. So I was trying to make a decoration, and I wanted a little piece of chocolate to kind of become very slightly bat-like, just so it would flap its wings a little bit, you know, for effect. Instead, it turned into a giant 2-foot bat made in chocolate. Is there...
Okay. Were you trying to turn it into the shape of a bat, or an actual trying to take something that was not living into something living?
Well, it was already the shape of a bat. I just wanted to make the wings a bit more wing-like so they would flap. Instead, the entire thing turned into a giant living bat made out of chocolate.
Gotcha. Not a transfiguration. You're basically trying to enchant the chocolate to do something.
Yes, but instead I think I transfigured it into a giant bat.
Yes. You might have been thinking too hard of trying to make it look like a real bat, which affected your casting of it turning more into a real bat instead of just appearing more of a visual animated effect.
Can you recommend like an exercise or something? Because it seems whenever I try transfiguration, something strange happens, except when I do the things that I'm really good at. Like, I can do some interesting things with transfiguration / disturbing things. And then other stuff just doesn't work normally at all. So is there some, like, in addition to the basic stuff that we learn, is there some sort of, like, mantra or repetitive exercise?
It's more focus. So you're really imposing your will on the object, but you have to be focused on what it is you want that thing to be. Because stray thought will completely mess up whatever you're trying to transfigure with that intrusive thought.
What about absent thoughts?
I mean, absent thoughts, you're not going to do anything with absent thoughts.
Well, I mean, like thoughts that you have, but that you're not allowed to have, therefore you don't know that you have them.
Yeah, maybe. You're a bit of a special case, Phineas. Other people can't just transfigure themselves into a flock of crows. I think that's...
It's called a murder.
Right. That's something else. Like, yeah, it's a transfiguration, but that's not a standard thing most people can do.
Well, I don't want to take up more class time. Maybe if you have time this afternoon between last class and dinner.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Then you guys will go to lunch. I think you guys had other tasks you wanted to do probably during the lunch period.
Like what?
Phineas doesn't remember. Okay.
Well, the player remembers.
Yeah. You wanted to go talk to Dr. Katz about the spin it thing?
Right. And you were going to go do something, right? You were going to talk to your mother. No, that is right. You said your mother wouldn't know.
Yeah.
You're going to go talk to Sammy about the drug ring.
No. No. No one's talking to Sammy, especially about drug rings.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, you were going to talk to Mateo, Sammy, and the school resource officer. Don't you remember?
No, we were going to talk to the school resource officer and find out what he knows. We should do that, even if that wasn't part of the plan.
And you guys
What
also
he
talked about Marius, but his dad's Alexor, not Spin It.
Yes. But the Lexors might know. Who's going to go talk to the school resource officer? Frankie Four Scenes.
I'll talk to him. We've already met before, so.
Kels, you seem on edge. You can come to me with Dr. Cat to come to see Dr. Katz with me if you like.
Sure.
Okay. Aspen, will you watch over Gustav and 2K? Make sure they don't get in any trouble.
Yeah, I can be backup.
Also, I think that you're in good with our school resource officer. I'm sure you impressed him with your fighting prowess.
I tried.
Oh, I don't think Aspen told you guys.
Yeah, we don't actually know
Oh.
that Aspen
You guys
went
have no
off on a
idea.
cool duel.
I assumed
Yeah.
that we knew. Oh, Aspen, have you met the school resource officer?
Yeah, he helped me at the dinner.
Mm.
It caught me when my pants fell down. Made sure I wasn't just laying there in existence.
Your pants fell down.
Yeah.
Oh.
Then he caught Brody having a crush on me moment, so
Oh.
A crush on you? He's like
yeah, it's
old though.
weird. I know, right? Third year. They're like super old. And then you get younger in fourth year because my sister's in fourth year and I can't have her catch me calling her old. Yeah. But then he's like, okay, come here, and took both me and Brody out to the dueling club and we did a little battle. And I knocked Brody off the platform, which means I won. And now I have 0 house points.
Oh, good.
Whoa. Wait,
that-
wait. He took you to do a duel with a third year?
You won a fight in a duel with a third year?
I think she's getting a phone call right now.
Oh. No worries.
All right.
Well, now we know.
We'll save that explanation for later.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, you guys gonna divide and conquer?
Yes. Gustav, 2K, Aspen to the resource officer, and Phineas and Kels to Dr. Katz.
Okay, we'll start with Phineas and Kels.
Okay.
All right, so Phineas, Kels, you guys go over towards the Spaderis area. You see Silent slam Dr. Kat's door and start walking back to the Silent or the Spaderis common room.
Hi, Sai.
He doesn't wave back. He just walks away.
Then I just look at Kells.
He's just in a bad mood or something.
All right.
Yeah.
Come in.
Dr. Katz.
Oh, hey, Phineas. Kels,
Hi.
how can I help you too?
So we have some questions, but another thing just occurred to me. To maybe you can help settle an argument between myself and Kells.
Okay.
About the relative absence or presence of drugs in school.
Kells looks mortified that this is even being brought up.
Okay, and what brought on this argument?
Honestly, I can't remember. There was some conversation about something, and then it became the concept was introduced to me, and I find it very likely that teenagers in school are probably doing things they shouldn't with like forbidden potions or something. It would explain a lot.
It sounds like teenagers, so I wouldn't be surprised.
See, it's not out of the question, Kels.
But it's breaking the rules. Why would you do it?
Well, yes, I know, but it just means that we should be on the lookout, and we should factor that into our equation when we're trying to assess strange behavior in our peers. Like maybe if someone is more withdrawn than usual, seem to have difficulty making it to class, their attitude changes, those social circle shrinks. Oh, that's what it was. You had a vision. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now I remember. So your visions
You had
are
a
literal.
vision of drugs
Yes.
I
in
mean,
the school.
well, okay. I'll show her the latest two that seem drug related, which would be the ones from last session. Having already put away the definitely bloody 2K one away, so it's not.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely seems like drug paraphernalia, but are you particularly worried about certain people or
Well, we tend to worry about everyone.
it just you were very specific about certain symptoms, Phineas, so
Yes. Well, I'm not sure what the protocol is.
well, you should tell an adult so that they can get the help they need.
Yes.
Because it is dangerous.
Yes.
Can overdose, develop an addiction,
Yes.
could be crippling.
But what if there's an adult
Some
already
people cut corners.
What if there's an adult who's already involved who probably knows anyway?
That would not be good.
Who possesses who can see all the signs in a student's behavior, like a teacher would, observing that a student is showing up late for class and whose normal bright sunny disposition has changed and they become very surly, very irritable.
Well, if they know about it and they're not doing anything about it and taking the right actions to help the student, that would be problematic.
Well, I don't know if they are taking the right actions or not because it's none of my business, right?
Well, you want to help your friend. If you know something wrong is happening, you should take it to an adult that can help.
Well, what if it's just a suspicion? What if it's just seeing a pattern of behavior that an adult can also see? An adult who is, let's just say, observant and trained to recognize such signs? Would it be best just to presume that that adult can add 2 and 2 and get 4? And that I should treat it as none of my business and trust that adult to do what's right?
Why don't you speak plainly, Phineas?
I think I am.
I think you're being vague on purpose.
Maybe. On a separate note, what's up with the attack on Spinnet?
Back to the drugs. Let's one thing at a time.
Well, they might be related. I don't know.
What student and adult are you talking about?
May I answer a question with a question?
You can. I will probably ask you follow-up questions.
If you were to think of a pattern of behavior related to the, drug thing, is there a student in your care who matches that description?
There's plenty of students in my care that match that description. It describes most teenagers, to be honest.
It doesn't describe me or Kels
You're not most teenagers, Phineas.
or Gustav or Aspen.
This is a weird time for kids. It's a lot of hormones, a lot of peer pressure, a lot of things going on. The way your brains work, they're not fully developed. Everything's the end of the world. You're gonna be moody.
I mean, what with all the attempted murder and cult stuff?
That would be plenty reason to become withdrawn. There's plenty of coping mechanisms that we develop, and everyone's different.
Yes.
And that might overlap with some you would see caused by drugs. But like depression, for example, can make you extremely tired and exhausted and not want to go to class, be late, difficulty focusing,
and irritable,
losing interest in activities.
Okay.
Make you irritable.
Well, see, here's the thing. I don't know anything. I just learned that all this stuff existed. So I don't want to besmirch anyone's reputation with a false allegation, knowing that I don't really understand how all this stuff works. I would simply say, in my naive assessment, there may be a couple of folks who are, whatever the terminology is for doing the drugs. So keep your eyes open.
Is there any other evidence of, besides just symptoms that you know about?
Not directly. Like, I haven't seen anyone do them, although I don't know if I would know how one does them, so maybe I have.
Okay, Phineas. Why don't you come see me later today?
All right. Now, so, to the more interesting topic. The attack on Spinnet.
What about it?
Exactly.
Well, there's not much information about it. They haven't given much of an official story yet.
Is the prison a Spinnet facility?
Which one?
The one where Granny was. Because she's a supernatural creature, so I thought it might be a Spinnet thing.
Technically, I don't think. Depends who you ask. Some people don't consider hags supernatural creatures. They're just the cause of a lot of creation of supernatural creatures, so Spinnet deals with them quite a bit. But it's the same with, like, demons or the Fae.
Wendigos.
Wendigos are considered supernatural.
Yeah. And messy eaters.
Yes.
Well, with this, I mean, it's hard to hold the tea and crumpets in when your head's just a skull. Crumbs everywhere.
Right. So, is that it?
Well, we were just wondering if we are a little on edge, and there's like hanging threats of, prophecies and grannies and things. So whenever we hear something's going on in the wider world, understood adults don't want to share anything, but hopefully we would get some sort of context. So at least if we don't have to worry, just a little bit of information. Like, oh, it was a facility in Norway that has nothing to do with anything with the school. That would at least settle our concerns.
Not too much information's come out from official sources, so.
I'm exactly, but unofficial sources.
If I did know certain things, I wouldn't be able to tell you, Phineas. You don't have that level of clearance.
All right, so we're going to assume that
it.
it's related to us and that there's some sort of impending threat. All right. Thank you for confirming that.
Just worry about school. It's fine.
We are worried about school. School is where people keep trying to murder us.
Right. Look, even I don't know fully what's happened, so I can't even give you the full story, which is why I don't want to give you too much information, because I could be wrong about some things based off what I've heard. So let's just wait. You can't do anything about it anyway. There's no use worrying about it. Wait for more facts and things to come out. It's fine. From what I've heard so far, there's been no significant casualties or anything. It's just an attack on the facility. Bennett has it under control now.
Mm. So they were after something, not someone. Interesting.
What do you mean?
Well, if people attacked, they did it for a reason.
Mm.
And if there were no casualties, no significant casualties, it's probably best to assume that it may not have been, but it's best to assume that the attack was successful. And if they had simply, whoever they are, had simply attacked to kill maximum numbers of people, there probably would have been significant casualties, don't you think? So perhaps they were after a thing.
Or, the threat was pushed back, or other things, but
who knows?
But we'll see when more facts come out.
Sure. Kels. Thoughts?
Is this related to Professor Levi?
Give me a charm roll.
Okay. 5.
I will spend 2 AT to raise that by 4.
Just use an AT and use your little intuitive thing.
Oh, yeah. Intuitive then.
What are you trying to figure out? Her reaction of...
Yeah, when she says no, is she lying?
Didn't say no.
Okay, well, it's what I want to intuit is the answer to that question.
Let's wait until more facts come out. Everything will be revealed with time.
So yes, excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, that's maybe good news.
I don't think it's good news.
Also, who is looking after Calder other than us?
Well, the school, honestly, it's kind of the same situation for you, Phineas, because I think technically you were listed under the care of one of the Coven sisters. So, yeah, the school takes responsibility for you at the moment, at least for now.
So it's everyone's accountability, which means it's no one's accountability. Got it.
Yeah, it usually falls on the counselors.
Oh, so it's you.
Yes.
Well, you should probably... Are you seeing Calder?
I'm not Calder's counselor.
Oh, I see. Who's Calder's counselor?
my counselor
Uh,
also.
Yeah,
Okay.
the Cephalon counselor, Dr. Ninto, I believe his name
Yeah,
is.
Dr. Ninto.
Oh, we should check and see. I haven't seen Dr. Nento around much at all, but then again, I don't know.
Well, he's
That's because he's in.
going to stick to the Cephalon.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think it would be advantageous to have more active involvement in Calder because he's at a vulnerable stage and his mentor and kind of touchstone is currently out of pocket.
I think they're working on that. It's just a matter of finding a suitable replacement.
Or retrieving Professor Levi,
Right.
which is taking Professor Ames a long, long time to do that. Maybe Professor Ames would accept a letter from you. You could write him a letter and say, hey, Professor, what's up with that? You've
He's
been gone a
back
while.
today.
He's back today?
Yes.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Ooh, I wonder if he attacked the Spinnet facility. I don't know. It seems unlikely, but it's possible. So what have we learned? Someone attacked a Spinnet facility, probably looking for an object as opposed to just wreak maximum havoc. It does involve Professor Levi. And Professor Ames just coincidentally is returning today, the day after the attack. Probably not related at all. And drugs are definitely in school, Kells.
I think you are confusing what you've learned with what you assume or what you've deduced.
Well, deduction is
Your
how you often learn
theory.
things. Yes. Formulation of theories, gathering of
Yes.
evidence leading
But
to a
nothing
deduction.
confirmed.
Yet.
Right. Not facts.
Alternate facts.
No.
No, agreed. All right. Well, thank you. You've been very helpful.
My pleasure.
But for real, no one's coming to kill us tomorrow, are they? Or I don't mean but tomorrow literally, I mean like in the near future, to your knowledge. Like you would actually tell us if it was
To
like...
my knowledge, no. Nobody is coming to
Like
to
no
kill
one
you.
stole some sort of book that says, to end the world, all you need is the blood of the child of a hag, and they're going to come and slice you open and rip out your heart, or anything like that. Because, oh, we have to protect the child. They can't know someone's coming after them.
No.
All right. No
To
prophecy.
my knowledge.
Okay. Good. All right. Well, I feel
Are you
better.
all
Do you
right,
feel better,
Kels?
Kels?
Kels does not look very all right, but that's fine. Yeah, I'm fine, she says.
I don't need to be intuitive to know that's a lie. I'm going to step outside so you two can talk.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't have to talk. We can just go.
You do have to talk, though. Shut door.
You're already here.
Okay.
Yeah. So is everything actually okay? It's okay if it isn't. It's understandable if it isn't.
It's just... Who do you end up showing those visions to? We're talking about them. Is this related to the attack stuff?
It's always hard to tell with visions, honestly.
Yeah.
I'm not trained in divination personally, so I'm not too helpful with common patterns you see or anything like that. Unfortunately, obviously, Miss Mesmer is missing, so that would normally be my recommendation, would be talking them over with someone more studied. But you can always bring them to an adult you trust and go over them just to see. Or if something involves something that you think someone else would know about, they can maybe shed some more light on it.
Yeah.
What other visions have you been having?
The long pause. Mostly just the drug stuff, I think.
Arm roll.
Six.
Yeah. So you don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But based on what I'm sensing, it is more than the drug stuff that you're worried about. And given your past experiences and other things that have been happening, I can understand why certain visions would give you pause. I was there when you had that other vision, so I know that some of the visions may not all be mushrooms and syringes. Is that what's troubling you? One's related to the blood cult or blood magic? Okay. Well, it's not an irrational fear. Okay, you're completely valid in worrying about it. There's plenty of adults that are worried about it. That said, schools put in a lot of resources into making the school safer. This coming weekend, the school is definitely going to be shut down. There's an opportunity for students to go home for the weekend if they so choose.
Yeah, my mom's having me go home this weekend.
That's not a bad thing. Get away, recharge, spend some time at home with some family, get your mind off things. That's completely fine.
I'm just really worried about 2K. He really misses Professor Levi.
And that's completely understandable as well. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It'll be okay. I promise. Okay.
Cool. Kel's sorry, just to say like thanks and leave.
Mhm.
Obviously worrying 5 times as much.
Okay. Aspen, Gustav. You were taking 2K to go, and you guys were all going to go talk to the school resource officer. But first, Aspen, why don't you finish telling them about what happened? Because you were saying they were all amazed you beat a third year in a duel, and you were about to tell them more about the duel.
Yeah, so we we were on the platform and they asked what spells we did. So I told them the spells we learned in first years and only the spells we learned, nothing else. Definitely not the icicle one or the ice one, the it's fine. So we're supposed to use those. So being strategic, because I don't know what he has up his sleeve. I wanted to disarm Brody first and then try to knock him back type deal, because I'm smaller and you can't just go straight for the gut when you're tiny compared to something bigger. So you have to try to knock it away. So I was just trying to, I guess I got it to fall out of his hand. So he stumbled a bit and then I did the knockback and he fell off the platform. So I won.
That's incredible. I don't think I could do that.
I'm sure you could do it though.
And then he gave you house points.
Yeah, I got 20 house points.
Are you a member of the dueling club, Aspen?
Don't think so.
I mean, we could go to it. It happens. I think I'm technically a member, though you're busy during club time still.
Yeah, it'd have to wait until next semester.
But we should do it sometimes. I mean, we know enough spells.
I think it'd be really good to Aspen.
Yeah. I think it's good to let the anger out type deal.
I've been to the dueling club once or twice myself, so I could introduce you to everyone. It'll be great.
I'd like that. Thank you.
All right. Gustav, Aspen, and you guys are taking 2K because he was assigned to you to go talk to the school resource officer. If you can work up the courage to do so.
Officer Duro,
Oh, Gustav.
do you mind if we have a conversation with you?
Sure.
You've got a very nice office.
I have an office.
Well, it's only like your second day here. I'm sure once you have time to move in, it'll look nice.
Yeah. Did you want to talk in the office? Is that what?
Well, if we could.
Okay. He'll walk you guys down there. There's like a box in there with some stuff, and he hasn't really unpacked or set anything up yet. So it's like, I was gonna get chairs. I mean, there's one. If one of you want to sit down, but otherwise,
it's okay. I see in the cop shows that there's always like somebody around behind the suspect as the suspect is sitting in the chair, so that it can't see them.
mm-hmm.
Right. So,
That's it. Yeah, interrogation tactic.
so we can do that.
We could just have a conversation.
So we heard that there was an attack on a Lexor facility, and you told me that you were a Lexor.
On a Spinnet facility. I was never a Lexor, no. Thought about pursuing it, started going through the training, but would have taken me away from my partner, so.
Oh. I'm sorry, I'm an NMP. I get Lexors and Spinnets confused all the time.
Totally fine. My partner's a NIMP too. I have to explain it to him constantly.
I mean, I only learned today that drug dealers and the mob aren't the same thing. Because whenever you see them on TV, right, you see the detective meets the drug dealer and the mob, and they're totally separate incidents. But by the end of the episode, it's all one thing.
Right. Well, to be fair, a mob isn't going to want somebody making money in their territory that they're not getting at least a cut of.
I know.
Typically. So, usually they're somewhat related. If there's a mob operating in that area.
Right. But Spinnet and Lexors aren't the same.
No.
Can you tell me a bit more about the Spinnet facility then? What they were doing?
I'm not Spinnet, so I don't actually know. I think the official story so far only confirms that a facility was attacked. Spinnet has dealt with it, but there's no confirmation on really anything, like what provoked the attack, who or what attacked, casualties, anything like that.
Okay.
I mean, that's pretty typical, though, when these things happen. It always takes a while for the facts to come out. And sometimes you'll get news reports that report falsely, and then another news report comes out that corrects the previous news report because they reported too soon. So.
2K, would you mind covering your ears? Officer Jiro, I don't want to be indiscreet, but 2K knows spin it people, or because I always get them confused. Would you mind making inquiries and asking if they were right? Because, I mean, I don't think 2K actually has a guardian. It's just like abandoned at the school. So they're almost, his friends on the force are basically his parents now, I think. The only people he knows.
Give me a charm roll, Gustav.
That would be a 7.
Okay. Are you happy with that?
I'm willing to spend some AT if it's possible.
Okay, see if you can get it to a 9.
I can do that. Yeah, I will get it to 10.
Okay. And he'll look at Calder, who's looking at you, and can clearly hear what you're saying. And he'll kneel down, and he's like, remove the hands. He's like, it's gonna be fine. From what I know, the facility, if there were any casualties, it's mainly wounded. And if there was anyone, I mean, I expect it to be minimum. So, don't worry about it. I don't know who specifically you know in Spin It, but they probably weren't even assigned to this facility. At least if they were part of, so I'm assuming you know these people through Professor Levi. His group was more of a field group, so. Calder's just confused. He's just like, okay. Just give him a little pat on the shoulder. All right. More of a sit and wait situation. More will come out. There'll be reports on it, but it's probably just Spin It withholding official information until they actually figure out everything before they release it to the public. Which is usually for the best, because it's a game of telephone whenever something like this happens. And you get a bunch of misinformation.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Doro?
Sure.
So before coming here to Artemis, did you look at the student list of all the students in the school and try to learn more about them so that it would help with your job here?
Well, there are a lot of students in the school, so looking through an entire list would be difficult. But I was given some students to focus on more than others. That would maybe be more beneficial to know more about. I also ask my nephews.
The good kids.
Yeah, they are.
It's going to be all right, Kelder. I am going to put my arm over his shoulders. Thank you for being honest with us, Officer Jiro. It's hard sometimes, not knowing much.
Yeah, not knowing is often worse than actually knowing. I get that. Kind of doing that thing where he's just kind of like tapping his legs, like, okay, so I should probably get back to the lunchroom, make sure nothing crazy's going on.
I shall guide the clearly heartbroken Calder out of the room.
Okay.
You're doing a great job, both of you. I'll follow Gustav.
Just okay. All right, now what are you guys doing? Going to class? Assume you ate lunch before you guys divided and conquered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool. Next you have Dark Magic Defense. Professor Ames is back,
Hey.
so he'll begin instructing the class. Apologies for the absence. Hopefully everything was fine with your substitute. Who did you guys have? Hopefully you guys were all well behaved for Professor Armstrong. I didn't hear anything terrible, so good job there. Let's break out into groups and work on, he'll start having you guys work on some partner sparring. And yeah. Anything you guys want to do after class?
Interrogate Professor
Before
Ames.
Magizoology, yeah.
Yes.
Cool. So class ends. He is waiting expectantly.
Just grab Kells. Grab Aspen. Grab 2K. Grab Gustav. And just flying V formation up to the front of class.
Yes. Well.
Success?
Yes, I had a successful leave of absence. He's looking at your entire group and then looks back at you, Phineas.
Good. Welcome back.
Glad to see you're back, Professor.
Thank you.
I'm just gonna
go to your next class. Yeah. All right, Dark Magic Defense. It's over, so now you have Magizoology. Izzy corners you, Phineas. It's like, what'd you find out?
Well, no significant casualties, which makes me think they were after a thing, not a person. Reports are a little thin on the ground. But it might be related to the absence of some of the professors.
Meaning Professor Ames?
Well, Professor Ames is back.
Okay. So meaning Mesmer, Levi, and the doctor?
Yes, maybe.
I've been getting conflicting information. It seems different people think different things. Like some people said the facility was attacked by hags. Some think it was the blood cult. Some think it was just an attack on the facility by angry supernatural creatures. I heard someone's missing though, so. I think that's why they're not reporting yet, because they're trying to see if they can find that person.
It could be an inside job.
Could be.
Do spinets ever go native?
I mean, it's a dangerous job, so like some of them get turned and possessed and stuff, I'm sure. Part of the hazards of the job, I would imagine.
I wonder if spirits ever are assigned to hag detail, and then they fall under the sway of a hag and they fall in love.
Doubtful. I mean, maybe if they're transformed, but they're like super ugly.
Well, they kind of look however they want to look.
Yeah.
I've seen pictures of Granny when she was here. She was quite lovely.
Right. But did she act like you?
I don't think so.
No offense.
I don't think so. She's very good at appearing to be, regular.
Also, dudes are thirsty, so.
What does that mean?
Like desperate
For water?
girls.
Desperate for girls.
Yeah. I'm not having this conversation with you, Phineas.
Oh, hooking up.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, dudes always want to hook up.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll have to ask Gustav if he is always wanting to hook up.
I think he does with Ophelia.
I think he likes Ophelia. I think his feelings for her are pure and noble.
No dude's feelings are pure.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, you know more than I do.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that Rith's feelings for Kells are not pure.
No, I'm not saying he's not a nice guy, but they're all trying to get it in.
Okay. Well, it would be
Unless they're
advantageous.
like asexual or something, but
That would be
that's, like,
advantageous
an
for a hag
exception,
who
not
can
the
appear
rule.
to be extraordinarily beautiful.
Yes.
Mm.
I'm sure that's why.
So it's kind of their fault. Yeah, okay.
I mean, sometimes it's kind of dudes are just wired that way.
That seems.
I mean, if they're being nice about it, like Rith, I mean, they don't deserve to like get turned into a toad if they're doing stuff consensually.
I don't know. It seems like
Not
you're
being
painting with a
manipulative or
broad
whatever.
brush. Maybe not everyone's
yeah.
exactly the same.
Well, no, there's always exceptions to the rule.
Okay. But if there are enough exceptions, maybe the rule is insufficient to describe reality.
I think it's suitable enough.
Maybe. Anyway, well, that's all I was able to learn in this short time, but I'm going to keep my ears open. But it might be good for people to be on the lookout. I just have a general sense that even though it was literally a week ago that we found out that a bunch of students were eaten and probably a couple of teachers, it seems like the general level of concern about that has gone way, way down very, very quickly. So maybe this is a good opportunity for people to keep their eyes out for things happening.
Right.
Infiltration.
Okay.
Have you heard rumors of drug rings that may or may not be directly involved with the mob?
The mob?
Yeah.
Like Sammy?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a high school.
Which means...
There's drugs somewhere.
Okay. Kels thinks that because they're against the rules, that means they can't be here.
Half the stuff you guys do is against the rules.
Well, there's that. But we don't do drugs because drugs are bad. Also, we have other outlets.
Right.
Oh, did you hear Aspen is at no longer negative house points?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
For now, anyway?
I know they're about to be positive. She's turned over a new leaf.
Well, she's on suspended punishment, so.
No, I think it's a permanent change. I think she's grown as a person. There were some people who were being mean to her, and she didn't punch them. I think that's real growth.
Sure.
Also, I heard that guy Brody is in love with her.
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You positive?
Yeah.
You're sure it's
Who
not a
said
case
that?
of you're sure it's not a case of me thinks he doth protest too much?
What?
Well, you know how sometimes someone will pretend to feel the opposite of how they feel in order to disguise their feelings?
Yeah, like playing hard to get.
Yeah, but more like, oh, that's the girl I like, so I'm going to pull her pigtails.
Yeah, it's not that.
You sure?
Yeah.
I don't know. Why else would an upperclassman fixate on, let's face it, a beautiful, young, lower-class woman?
Probably because she has been losing their house a bunch of house points
But not anymore.
and is also a snitch.
Oh. Well, there is that. It also seems strange that you would target a snitch, because then aren't they going to snitch and you'll get in trouble? You think you would just avoid a snitch because...
No, that's not how it works. You get rid of snitches by punishing them for snitching until they're too afraid to snitch anymore.
But wouldn't they just snitch more?
I'm sure he was probably trying to bait her into getting expelled.
Well, it didn't work out. Or maybe he's brilliant. Maybe he realized that if he did that, then it would cause a confrontation which would earn Aspen a bunch of house points. Maybe he's trying to help. Maybe he is in love with her.
Why would it earn her house points?
I don't know. It did, though.
Okay. That's weird.
No, I think it's a master plan. I think he's taking her under his wing, but he doesn't want her to know it.
I don't think he has a girlfriend a lot more popular than Aspen.
Well, you think he would be focused on that instead of her, but he isn't. All I know.
Yeah, Phineas, I think you're misreading this.
I don't know.
No offense to Aspen, but no.
Well, I mean, he's not her type. He's setting himself up for disappointment if he thinks he's going to, hook up with her that way.
There's plenty of third and fourth years that'll hit on underclassmen, but it's usually because they can't get people in their peer group, so they have to resort to lower, who don't know how low on the totem pole they actually are.
Where are you on the totem pole?
Not the worst, not the best.
That's probably a good thing, don't you think? Because if you're at the top of the totem pole, then probably other people want to take you down because they want to be at the top. And if you're at bottom, then if you're on the bottom of the totem pole, then everyone's sitting on your shoulders, and that's a lot of weight to bear.
You guys are kind of towards the bottom.
Or you could just not be on the totem pole and not feel like you have to stand all on top of each other in a weird way.
It's just an expression.
I know, but still, it's a meaningful one.
Sure.
I choose not to participate in totem polism.
I don't think you really have a choice.
it seems pretty toxic to me.
Just the way the hierarchy works to high school.
I think it's the way it works if you granted that power over you. But you don't have to.
Sure, Phineas.
I don't know. Anyway, we miss seeing you. I think even Kels does.
Sure. How was your apple making?
Well, it was fine except for when I turned a tiny piece of chocolate into a giant bat. And then I had to
Sounds
kill
about
it
right.
and eat it.
Oh, God. Okay. Great.
Other than that, it was
Glad you
fine.
handled it.
Other than that, it was fine.
Good.
Well, I'll check in later if I learn anything more.
Sounds good. Cool. Everybody else give me a brains roll besides Phineas.
Eight.
5.
2.
Okay. All right. After classes, Aspen, you have delinquent detail.
I got a study date with Rith.
Yes, you do. Phineas was going to go see the transfiguration teacher. Gustav, what are you doing?
Professor Ames.
Okay. Let's start with whoever wants to go first. Okay, Gustav.
Professor Ames, do you have a moment?
Yeah. I was about to head to dueling club, but what's up, Gustav?
I was wondering if you had anything to say to me.
Like
Like you're sorry.
I'm sorry.
You left Professor Ames without telling us.
It was a sudden. I mean, I needed to take a leave of absence. A lot happened.
You're my mentor. Our relationship is important.
Yes. I'm flattered you missed me. I'm sorry. It was hard on you. I'm not always going to be here, though, Gustav.
But you keep up with Professor Levi, and he was your mentee.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't think
I wasn't around Professor Levi 24/7, though.
I don't think that relationships continue without effort. But I did think that if I tried and put in effort, then I don't know, when I'm grown up and an adult, we could get coffee or something sometimes.
Yeah, good stuff. I came back. I didn't abandon you or anything. I'm sorry if you felt that way. That's not. I just needed to handle some personal matters. Came back.
Okay. Were you hurt?
I'm fine, Gustav.
Not even a paper cut.
I'm fine, Gustav.
Was anyone else hurt?
What do you think I was doing on my leave of absence exactly?
I think that you went to a Spinnet facility and broke out Professor Levi.
Well, that's ludicrous.
Possibly. Was anybody else hurt? Is Professor Levi okay?
Give me a charm roll.
10 dirty.
He will be.
That's a relief. Good news. Could we see him sometime?
Eventually.
Okay. Thank you. Let him know that we're thinking about him. I'm going to come to the dueling club today.
Okay. Well, we can walk down there. He'll walk you over to dueling club. Phineas, you're doing transfiguration, right?
Yes.
All right, Phineas. What is it you wanted to work on exactly?
Well, I was just hoping that I don't understand why some things are very easy. Some things that shouldn't be easy are very easy. And some things that should be easy are very hard.
Well, everyone's different and more prone to magic than others. Some people might be more adept at defensive magic. Some are more adept at transfiguration. They just have a knack for it naturally. Your friend Kells is an oracle. She's more prone to divination. It comes easier to her. It comes naturally to her. Whereas others, they could practice for years and not even come close to what she's doing.
Mm. But see, this is the thing. With transfiguration, I'm not very good at it at all, except some things that are complicated.
Meaning your self-transfiguration.
Right.
Well,
Which is
that's
supposed to be hard, but it's easy. And then other stuff like turning a rock blue is hard.
usually it's the reverse. Self-transfiguration is one of the most difficult things you can do.
Right.
Your body just naturally stops you from doing it. Whereas imposing your will on something else and changing something else comes easier to others because it's not affecting you.
Maybe, having seen lots of transfiguration, like I don't like the idea of transfiguring someone else because that seems, they don't seem to mind it once they're turned into a toad. But I have to imagine that they would prefer not to be toads. Mealworms, centipedes,
Yes.
You name it. So I kind of don't, maybe I don't. But why would rocks be hard? Rocks don't have, I'm not worried about offending the will of a rock.
Some things just take practice. You're not going to get everything the first time. You also might be trying to bite off more than you can chew. What were you trying to transfigure a rock into?
Oh, geez, I can't remember. It was, I think we were going to turn them into prizes for the familiar costume and talent contest. Or just like shapes, like prototyping shapes for prizes. Yeah. So like minor things. And then we all knocked ourselves out and we're almost eaten by a werewolf.
Okay. Well,
that's not true. I don't have any evidence to suggest the werewolf would have eaten us. It could be very nice.
Anyways, that's a complicated transfiguration, changing something's color, shape, makeup, size. That's extremely complicated, especially since I assume this was earlier in the semester.
Yeah.
So, right, your first years, take it one thing at a time. Once you master one, then move it to building blocks.
All right. So there's not are there different ways to transfigure things?
How do you mean?
Well, so when I am doing exercises from class, it feels like feels like it comes from a different place inside than when I turn into murder.
We're channeling it through your wand
Yes.
versus when you transfigure yourself into a murder of crows.
Yes. And like the color is different in my head.
I think it's just something you need to play around with and figure out yourself. It's gonna take some time, but
Oh, maybe. Because the magic that I know came from, well, you know where. Maybe I would be better at transfiguring people than objects.
well, we're not going to test that out.
I agree. But maybe it's because it comes
It
from
also might be an issue of you are trying to channel magic that is not inherent to you.
Yes.
So you learned from hags. And if you are not a hag, that magic might not work for you. Even though you might be mimicking what you've seen or thinking in that way.
Yes. Because shields and invisibility work quite well for me. Certain types of transfiguration. I did a thing with Granny's voice to, I don't know, influence her sisters. That was interesting. So there's something there. I don't know. I do want to be better.
Yeah, practice.
All right.
Honestly, just hard work and practice.
All right. Well, if you think of any other techniques that might help someone in my particular situation, how would I know? Right? Like, I mean, I suppose I don't know precisely what I am.
Right. I don't know what you are either, to be honest, Phineas.
And there's not a good way of finding out.
Well, someone was looking into it, but
Right.
yeah.
Well, you can be forgiven for a certain lack of curiosity on that front, given the consequences. All right. Well, I'll just keep practicing. Thank you for your time.
No problem. Kells, study date with Breath. I assume you guys are just working on the classes you were working on for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I love how Automod stopped
Yeah,
kiss
I
him.
was going to deny
Said
it
sexually related.
because it would make me
Like, what?
laugh, but
Okay. Cool. So with Breath and so what do you want to study? Just
well, there's
like,
homework.
do you want to
stuff
do
for
homework for
tomorrow.
today's classes, or are you doing stuff? I assume you finished everything already for tomorrow's
Well,
classes.
Yeah, I did actually. There's enough time over the weekend. But yeah, we could take care of today's classes stuff right now.
Cool. Yeah, we should always get a lot of potions homework, so.
Yeah, sorry. He really took everything to heart about saying that he never gave homework.
Give me a grit roll.
Ooh, a 1!
Great. One of your potions worksheets you start having a vision on.
Yeah.
Give me a brains roll.
My homework sheet, no! That will be a 14.
Alright. I can find.
Just looking for visions, ruining home.
Oh, looking for the specific one I wanted. Maybe I put it here. Aha, I did.
No. It looks like a bloody paw. Like being held down like this. And there's blood dripping on it. I'm gonna say paw. But it could be a clawed hand. But it only has like 4 fingers, so who knows?
Rick looks at you like,
I need a new copy of the worksheet. I guess I can just write it over somewhere.
I'd say we could duplicate it, but then there's a chance of it disappearing. So
Yeah. It's fine. It happens.
a lot, like
A lot, actually.
a lot of those ones specifically.
Okay, not this specifically.
I liked the little bee better personally.
I also liked the little bee. That was nice.
And it came true because Calder wore the like striped shirt.
Yeah, and that's probably what it was.
Yeah, it's got a little balloon. That was probably like, the Halloween party. Yeah.
Yeah. This one though, Dr. Katz told me not to worry so much about things. But it's kind of hard to do that. Sometimes.
Yeah, easier said than done.
Yeah.
On one hand, I get it, because, like, what does worrying do? But then on the other hand, how am I going to stop worrying? I feel that.
Let's see. Kelsey's like, when did I draw hands? So the handshake hands. I don't think I had any other hag hands. Well, I don't know. It probably has to do with there's like a blood moon or something this weekend. So maybe Dr. Katz said they're locking down the school though. So that should probably be fine.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
I mean, blood moons are rare, right?
Yes. I think so.
The next one isn't for like a couple of years, so.
Cool. Good to know. Anyway, now I gotta copy the worksheet over.
Yep. Aspen, you do delinquent detail. Fun times. People in there. Nothing too crazy. You guys can do dinner.
What have we learned?
I meant to ask Officer Duro about the potions Professor Spy, but I forgot, so...
He's also keeping tabs on us. Definitely.
Well, good.
I mean, he was asking about us this morning.
Really? When?
Yeah, he was talking with
Manny.
Manny, thank you, about us. You know, like his nephew or whatever? Because Manny helped me out when we were looking for the Dreco.
Oh,
Because he
okay.
doesn't want anyone talking to Coda.
Right.
Yeah.
He said that he was looking at certain students, but I assumed that he meant Sammy, or the mob, the
Oh,
drugs.
no. You see, Sammy's subtle. And we're like the opposite.
Yes.
Totally didn't start a fight the first day, so
Yeah.
True.
No,
that?
first of all, we definitely did that. And then, as I mentioned before, every other horrible thing that's happened, we've been involved in. So if there was a list that you wanted to have a bunch of people who you should keep an eye out for, we'd be on it, definitely.
Our
Probably.
bright, shining faces were probably right at the top, even.
Maybe. Well, we learned, didn't we, Kels, that drugs are definitely in school. I now have it confirmed through 2 independent sources. Because I talked to Izzy about it too. And she's like, yeah, it's a high school. Sure, there are drugs. Duh. She didn't say those
Well-
exact words, but that was the attitude.
Maybe Izzy already has drugs. She's popular, right?
She's
She's more popular than us.
That's true. She's in the middle of the totem pole.
So, but maybe she gets peer pressure to take drugs then.
I can't imagine anyone peer pressuring Izzy. She's pretty strong-willed.
The DARE program was very specific. She definitely gets peer pressured.
What's the DARE program?
Oh, it's an NMP thing.
Yeah,
It's-
it's about not being on drugs.
But the program was specific that Izzy gets peer pressured?
No, not that specific, but peer pressure is a common tactic to get you to try drug. No, this is dumb. We don't need to talk about drugs.
But people are on them.
Dr. Katz told me not to worry about anything. So let's not worry about this.
But we're told not to worry about things, and then they happen anyway.
A lot of things happen anyway.
Yes, we were told not to worry about Granny, and she showed up. We were told not to worry about people trying to kill our friends and us, and it happened several times. So,
Listen, if I hadn't had any visions, we wouldn't even be talking about drugs.
yes, we'd all be dead.
Let alone knowing that they existed. So if we just pretend that they didn't exist, we'd be in the same boat.
Oh, you think your visions don't happen for a reason?
Yeah, they probably happen because I'm super paranoid about things. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
How about a compromise? If any of you get peer pressured into taking drugs, you tell the movie club, and then we just leave it at that.
We can add a rule to the charter of movie club that you can't do drugs. Sort of the opposite of peer pressure. Well, I guess it's the same as peer pressure. Peer pressure in a different direction.
Reverse peer pressure, like osmosis.
Yes. Well, next movie club will have to inform people that if they're on drugs, they can't be there.
I mean, I feel like that goes without saying because
We did
Against
show
the rules.
magical grease.
It's true. We may have inadvertently contributed to the raging drug problem at Artemis.
Hills, did you show them the vision that you drew?
no. Because I'm unhelpful like that.
How did your study date go with Rith?
All right, well, now that it comes up in conversation. Any rate, it was fine. I had a vision on my potions homework, so I had to recopy the whole darn thing.
But did you enjoy your time with Rith?
I mean, it's fine. We got a lot of work done.
Honestly, I feel like if there was just no homework, school would be a little bit better for me.
Well, you don't learn as much if you don't practice it.
Did you take pictures of your time with Rith?
No.
Oh, that means you have to have another study date so you can take pictures for your mother.
Right. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe you could go to a club. Well, obviously today's gone, but between now and when you go visit your mother, and you can take pictures there. Maybe flying club or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, you could fall off your broom, and Rith could swoop up into the air and catch you, and gently bring you back down to earth, and we could take pictures of the whole thing.
So you haven't read any romance novels, right? Like none?
Of course not.
Okay, just checking. I've already fallen off my broom like once,
Yeah, that's
very
what.
on purpose, so I'd rather not do it again. Also, I have plans for you two, she says, pointing at Phineas and 2K for tomorrow.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What?
I got some, I'll get some books from the library, and then you can read them, and it'll be very educational.
So, do we think that the first time you fell off your broom when you were cursed,
Yes.
it was from somebody who wanted to catch you?
Yes. Ooh.
I mean, technically, I was caught by Harvey, but it wasn't like I was dangling in the air because of magic. So I don't know if that was the vibe you were thinking.
So I learned from Izzy that. Well, I learned a number of very disturbing things from Izzy. But let me just say that from what I learned from Izzy, I now suspect Harvey cursed your broom so that he could catch you.
You learned that from Izzy.
Well, apparently, boys are all focused on hooking up all the time.
Not Harvey. He's mainly focused on house points, so I don't think it's him.
Well, it could have been
Also-
someone. Could have been someone else. And Izzy did agree that it's not everyone, but she did tell me, Gustav, that you are constantly thinking of hooking up with Ophelia.
That's a little hurtful. I feel a little stereotyped.
I know. I told her she was painting with a broad brush, but she does know more about these things than I do. Is it true? Are you constantly thinking of hooking up with Ophelia? I tried to say that your feelings towards Ophelia were quite pure and chivalrous.
Thank you. Well, next time you see Ophelia,
Yes.
tell her that for me, will you?
Yes. I mean, she's right over there.
We have important information to discuss after dinner.
All right.
And we need to go to one of the study rooms in the library where it's a little more private than this.
All right. Let's do that.
I am not looking at her.
And then I will tell Ophelia that your feelings toward her are pure and chivalrous. After that.
I don't think you need to do that, do you?
Well, if Izzy is spreading rumours that I'm feeling impure and unchivalrous,
Yes.
I need help.
Yes. We have to counteract the unfair rumor.
Is it a
Stuff.
rumor?
Well, if Izzy knows it, probably.
Gustav might not be looking at Ophelia, but Aspen's looking at Emmy, who usually sits with Ophelia.
Oh, here's a good test. Aspen, are you constantly thinking about hooking up with Emmy?
Say 75%.
So maybe the inaccuracy in Izzy's stereotype is the confining it only to the males of the species.
Yep.
Because we know that Rith is constantly thinking of hooking up with Kels. I mean, that's
What?
self-evident.
No,
Yes.
we're just friends. We're studying.
I mean, I think
What
you're
are you
both studying,
actually
but he's studying something other than you're studying.
No, we're in basically the same classes.
He's studying, you studying.
Well, then he wouldn't get any of his work done, and it's definitely getting done.
Yes, because he wants to impress you.
Well, I mean, he is finishing his homework in a timely fashion,
Yes.
which is more than I can say for the lot of you. Have you gotten tomorrow's stuff done?
No.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Good job, Aspen. Gustav, you've done your homework, right? 2K?
I kind of thought about doing my homework. I did like the first half. I'll finish tonight.
Well, we should talk about your important information and then discuss as we study. I will focus on turning my pencil from yellow to green. As additional, I have additional homework, Kels. This should thrill you. Professor Victor suggested that I just practice repetition on the basics of transfiguration.
I mean, that is kind of the purpose of homework.
Yes.
To get you additional practice.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't finish everything. I specifically finished Professor Hara's class homework stuff. Because,
Yeah, and he gave us a lot because it was a long weekend.
yeah.
All right. To the library, where Gustav will reveal important information.
Right.
Cool. You guys go to the library?
Yes. The coast is clear.
So, I asked Professor Ames, and he said that Professor Levi is okay, and that he will try and get us to see him at some point. He didn't say when, and I'm not sure that he's going to be very urgent about it. But Professor Levi is okay.
Good. Isn't that good news, Calder? So we were right. Professor Ames was involved in something.
Is he Professor Levi, though?
I don't think Professor Levi is Professor Ames.
No, I mean, like, does he look like Professor Levi?
Does Professor Ames look like Professor Levi? I don't think so.
No. Does Professor Levi still look like...
Oh, I see.
No.
Maybe that's why he can't come back right now. They've got to solve the appearance question.
I didn't think to ask, but if he doesn't, then I'm sure Kels can fix it. Her fingernail charm is great. I'm sure she can grow him a beard or something.
No, that's not really how any of that works.
But
I
you're
don't
also
think.
super talented, so I'm sure you'll be able to do it.
You know who else is super talented? Adults who finish their schooling.
Adults are pretty stupid, though.
Yeah,
always
except
been
they know
silly.
how to do magic, though. Like, well.
So, clearly what happened is that Professor Ames has secured Professor Levi's release from Magic Jail, but Professor Levi can't very well go walking around in a borrowed body. And then based on the lengthy conversation that Professor Ames had with Granny when Granny was here, there's probably going to be some sort of exchange. And Professor Ames is probably being circumspect about it because he doesn't want us involved because we might mess it up.
Didn't you say that the school is being locked down for the blood moon?
I don't think I said that to anybody who is here.
No,
Didn't
you said
you-
it's a riff.
I said it to Riff.
In that case, I did not say that.
Okay.
If only they would lock down the school now.
In fact, I'm not too sure the rest of you are aware a blood moon is coming up.
No.
But the school knows about it. This is probably the time to pull out the vision I had at on my potions homework, which is that bloody hand. And I'm like, I don't know if this has anything to do with anything.
Are those claws?
Maybe.
Did you use red paint?
My pen has everything that I need.
Fancy.
Yeah.
Werewolf.
Or maybe
What if
some
it-
sort of, I don't know, bloodhound or something.
But it's not a...
What if it's the cat, though? The cat from the forest.
Oh, right. Forest cat. Probably not.
Could be a werewolf and a werecat. And a crocodile, because you had that one that was the lizard thing and cat thing.
Somebody who has all three, and they're just sort of, when the moon comes up, they try and transform three ways, and their skin sort of pulls, and there's blood everywhere, and that sounds disgusting. But I'm not really sure there's anything that Kells would be able to do about it. Can you? Are all your visions avoidable, Kells, or?
Yeah? I mean, it depends on how things change, whether or not you do something based on it or not.
We avoided dying in the carriage crash.
Mm-hmm.
So at least some of them are avoidable.
Potions test didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if all of your visions are things that can be changed, this werewolf werecat is only one of them so far.
Well, you two definitely won't be eaten by the werewolf at school this weekend because you won't be here.
Well, I won't be here.
I thought you were taking Gustav with you.
I think it's up to Gustav if he wants to go.
Are you going, Gustav?
Kells, if you want me to go with you, then I'm more than happy to. It might give you some peace from your mum.
That would be nice. And you hang out with Dad, which is way more exciting. Because he hasn't come to visit recently. And also, he would actually help me figure out all my stuff. Oh, but then I'd actually have to bring it. Well, I'll think about it.
And the three of you will be here, right here, won't you?
Oh, probably not.
I mean, if there's a werewolf coming here, I wonder if I should ask Emmy if she wants to hang out at the sanctuary with me over the weekend so that we won't be here and
Yes.
avoid that.
Yes.
Can't you just speak to the werewolf and ask it not to bite you?
Don't know if it works like that. I've never met a werewolf before. At least I don't think so. I mean, I could have met the human side of it, possibly, and not even known.
I mean, it's clearly a student here.
Oh, definitely.
So I'm sure we've met them.
Probably.
Ooh, maybe they can understand. You could speak to people in beast speech, and whoever goes, what? You could walk around saying werewolf says what in beast speech, and then the first person who says what, it's the werewolf. Problem solved.
Sounds like a great idea. But also, I'm pretty sure there's other students here who can wild speak too, so...
Well, then they might all be werewolves. You never know. And that's why you have to say werewolf says what, not person who can speak beast speech says what.
You're going to catch your sister as a werewolf.
Maybe it is your sister. Maybe it's you. Maybe you don't realize it.
Yo.
That would be so cool.
That would be cool. If, like, my sister was a werewolf, and then, like, technically I'm a werewolf, too.
Yeah.
That'd
Maybe your
be
whole
awesome.
family are werewolves.
Brody would never see it coming.
Yeah.
None of us would see it coming.
I mean, my Uncle Harry, he's kind of a little bit more hairier than your average human, so maybe.
Yes. Oh, and Aspen, I understand now more about why Brody... so Brody's clearly in love with you, but he has a girlfriend, and so he's very conflicted. And that's why he has to be mean to you, is because he can't let his girlfriend realize that he's in love with you.
I've read books about this. It's
That
clearly
makes sense.
Are you sure that he likes Aspen?
He seems very fixated on her.
And there's no other reason for that you know of.
Well, but and Izzy says that all boys, and especially Brody, have one thing on their mind.
Maybe Brody's aggression towards Aspen is pure chivalrous. Somehow.
It's possible. But Izzy says that's an exception to the rule, not the rule. So by the power of statistics, it is more likely that Brody has strong animal attraction to Aspen and is conflicted about it.
I feel like that's a pretty negative way to look at the world, that people can't control their animal instincts.
Well, I'm just telling you what Izzy says, and Izzy understands this stuff better than I do.
Yeah, she would say that.
She would, because she's a keen observer of human nature.
And werewolf nature, maybe.
Yeah.
Whether she knows it or not.
And she's very smart.
It's true.
Out of character, speaking of observing human nature, how'd 2K react to seeing the hand vision? Just like a normal amount of reaction when a vision comes out, or like is suspicious about something?
Give me a charm roll.
Yeah. Kel stares at him but gets nothing with her 3.
Here, I'll contest it. Oh, he also got a 3.
Okay. I can make that a 4.
Okay. He looks a little nervous about it.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's going in the pile of things for our talk on Friday.
So if Aspen and Demi are going to the sanctuary, and Kels and I are going to have a showdown with Kels' mum, or possibly have no showdown and try to avoid her, that leaves Phineas, you with 2K and Brigham.
And Tim, maybe. Hmm.
Well, Dr. Cat said the school's going on lockdown this weekend,
Oh,
so you'll all probably be okay.
Because of the spin it thing.
Oh, no, not because of that. It's because looks directly at 2K. There's a blood moon on Sunday. So I guess just as an extra precaution for everyone's safety.
I mean, are people really actually safe? Because, you know, the last 2 times the school went on lockdown, students and professors were hurt.
yeah.
So,
Well, they added more security systems. Apparently, other parents have invited people to, like, head home for the weekend, which definitely explained why Mom was doing that. And it's preemptive, precautionary.
Yes. I don't know.
Anyway, sounds like y'all got some homework to do.
Yes.
Cool.
do you think the
Oh, go ahead.
do you think the library has a book on how to ask someone to come home with you?
Kels has already checked out the book of how to make friends and influence people, but like the wizard middle
The
school
self-help
version or
section.
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Aspen, here's a book. It's hard for me to implement any of the stuff they suggest, but it might be helpful for you. Though it could be that Emmy is already going home with her own family or something. So, you know, prepare thyself.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Because at least if you're going home, Aspen, maybe your sister'd also go home.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Be like old times again. When she'd come back from her year of school, then I wouldn't be alone. I mean, I'd never be alone, but you get the point.
And we study.
Yes.
We study so
Yes.
much.
Yes.
Do all the homework.
Great. You guys study, you do all the homework. After you guys just go back to your rooms?
No.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go try to find Tim.
Okay.
Or maybe see him in the library and be like, okay, I'm gonna go talk to Tim real quick.
Yeah, you can go upstairs. He's
Yeah.
sure he'll be playing piano upstairs.
Yes. Dance a little bit. Okay, so the school is being locked down this weekend. Clearly there's going to be an attack. But Professor Ames is back. Professor Levi is okay, but we can't see him currently. I have a strong feeling we should resolve the Greer situation before that. Given that we think that the place might have some blood stuff relation, I'm proposing that we tell Professor Ames that we have located Greer. Professor Ames is because Professor Levi was invested in keeping Greer safe and comfortable. We can assume that Professor Ames will be as well. And maybe we get Greer out of there and somewhere where he can be cared for.
Okay, but we're not going to say where we found him, right?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. I think maybe we need to let Professor Ames know about the place.
Oh.
Because they're locking it down, but they don't know that place. That could, we don't know what's beyond that sigil. It could be an alternate entrance into the campus that the people who attacked Spinnet, they could have attacked Spinnet to try to find records that would lead them to the secret entrance that into the used to be Serpentis halls. And only blood magic can open it. You see I'm going?
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, I also would like to keep a spot that no one knows about, but it seems like it might be dangerous.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to do it without talking to you, because technically you're the one that found it.
I mean, it makes sense. How do you know Professor Levi's okay?
Because Gustav talked to Professor Ames. I tried to, but I brought everyone. And
so Professor Ames knows Professor Levi's okay.
Yes. Which we kind of knew that was why he was on his hiatus or his sabbatical or whatever, was to go and take care of that situation. So we suspect that he has done so.
Oh.
So as much as I'm loath to reveal that we know the location of the hidden Serpentis halls.
Yeah.
But the only way we were ever going to be able to explore it further was through blood magic, and I'm not particularly fond of that idea. I suspect you aren't either.
No. I mean, who knows? There could have been other secrets there. We just haven't found them yet. But I guess that's something that adults can handle.
Well, maybe not. But it just seems like it would be unwise to not mention it. If something happened.
Yeah, it would be on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
And my guess is that Serpentis, there probably are other secret things. This isn't the only secret thing.
Magical school, if it's anything like what I would think a magical school would have, gotta be a bunch of random stuff, right? However old this place is.
You would think so. So, all right. I can very easily keep you out of it. I can simply say that, I've asked Professor Ames about Serpentis before. I can simply say that I came across it, which isn't a lie. And that Greer was there. As long as I don't overtly lie, I can keep you out of it. Or I can say that your vision led, or because Professor Ames understands that we share visions,
Right.
so I can be as explicit about your involvement or not, depending upon what you want.
I mean, you have to come up with, because would they be mad we held on to it for so long?
We held on to it until Professor Ames got back, because Professor Ames is the only professor we could trust who would see to Greer's safety.
Okay, yeah, that works.
Okay, so I leave you out of it.
I don't care. That's fine. He knows I have visions anyway.
Okay. I won't bring you into it, but I won't lie if he asks.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. You're not disappointed, are you?
No, I mean a little, but not at you or anything. Just, situation. But
All right. All right, thank you. Oh, and after that, I'll obviously tell the rest of the friends, but I'll leave you out of that too.
yeah, leave me out of that one.
Yeah. All right.
Cool. All right, now you guys go to bed or go back to your rooms.
Yeah, just casually asked you, oh, have you read any of the books I lent you? I really like them.
Started to.
Cool. Let me know when you finish them. We can talk about them.
Gustav.
Yes.
You get back to your room and give me a brains roll.
Two.
Okay. So you get back to your room. Cool. Go to bed. Everything's fine.
No dreams of smoke.
Totally fine. You guys wake up in the morning. Gustav, you realize you have none of your clothes. It's just what you wore to bed and what you came back in. But all your other clothes are missing.
I mean, I guess I'll wear the clothes that I wore yesterday then. I'm going to... I've seen this in a film. Right. People hang underwear from the flagpole. I'm going to look out the window and see.
It's the banana costume with that underwear.
Oh no.
At the base of it is where all your clothes are.
I guess I'm going to do the walk of shame then, and I go out through the common room towards the flagpole.
Yeah, there's people snickering, but it's not that bad because you had clothes on obviously when you came back to your room, so it's not like you're completely out of luck or anything.
Does Ophelia see?
Yeah.
I die.
I mean, you guys wear uniforms. It's not that big of a deal to wear what you wore the day before. All right, cool. You guys going to breakfast? What are you doing? You going to Professor Ames first?
Yes.
Okay. Come in.
Professor Ames.
Yes, Phineas.
Oh, where to begin? Need your help to ensure that Greer is well taken care of. I waited to let anyone know that I had found him, until you returned because I was concerned that some of the other adults might send him away. But knowing your ties to Professor Levi, and that Professor Levi would absolutely not want them to happen, I thought I could trust you to see to it that he's well cared for.
Okay, so you found Greer.
Yes. And
Where'd you...
am I accurate in my assumption that you will see to it that he is well taken care of?
Yes.
What was the hesitation for?
I will ensure he's well taken care of until
Professor Levi comes back. Like by Mr. Bang or something.
Yeah.
Where we
That's not a bad idea.
we can go visit him because he'll be lonely if we aren't there to see him.
Yeah.
And I also bought a lot of food for him and we need to get rid of it. Get my money's worth.
Okay.
So he'll be somewhere where we can go see him. Like with Mr. Bang. Because I think it'll be important to Calder because Calder is very fond of him.
Yeah. I'm sure we could find some space for him.
All right. Good. Well, he's in the hidden Serpentis halls.
The hidden Serpentis
Yes.
halls. So you found hidden Serpentis halls.
Yes.
Okay, care to show me?
Sure.
Okay, he'll follow you.
Trace the sigil. I have some treats in my pocket because it's time to feed Greer anyway.
Okay.
Who's a good
you
boy?
guys, yeah. Greer, of course, is excited to see you. He's a little apprehensive of Ames. But he's focused on the treats, so it's fine.
And he's been around Ames before because when Levi has been around Ames.
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
And Ames starts to walk around and investigate a bit.
Mm. That sigil over there seems rather unpleasant.
And he'll go towards that sigil, copy it down.
Does it in fact require blood magic to open? Or was there a tie between Serpentis and blood magic? I was hoping there wasn't.
Who knows?
Well, Granny.
Well, your granny, as far as I know, isn't a blood mage or anything. She
No,
doesn't
not at all.
use that sort of magic, but doesn't mean other people. I mean, I don't think there were many hags at the school, so.
Who knows, right? So
Right,
the good news
but-
is that Serpentis, it's not like you had to practice blood magic to be in Serpentis.
I wouldn't know, but I would think not.
Okay.
I don't know. Serpentis doesn't really sound blood culty, but
All right.
but since there is a lot of, or at least evidence of blood magic ties, probably best we seal some of this.
Well, my main concern was with the school being locked down and with the recent unpleasantness, who knows where this might go. It might have like a secret entrance into the facility. I have reason to believe Granny obviously would know where this was, because she was in the school or in the house when she was at school, which is probably why she hid Greer here.
Okay, how did you find this? Did she tell you about it?
No, but I've been looking for, as you know, because I've asked you about it a couple of times, I've been looking for Serpentis for a while.
Yes, but so you just found it.
Well,
And-
there was a vision.
Oh, okay. So you had a vision of somebody going into it? So that's how you knew where it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Granny bringing a creature in to feed to Greer.
Gotcha. Okay. Do you know if Tim also had this vision and knows about this place?
Well, I suspect we share visions, don't we?
So you didn't talk about it or anything? I need to know if he knows about it because I don't want both of you running around here anymore and messing with it.
I spoke to Tim before speaking to you to make sure that everything was fine.
Okay. Okay. I will figure this out. Okay. Let me.
Or, I mean, we could leave Greer here and just keep doing what we're doing. Just feeding him.
No, I don't
First
want
day.
you guys messing around here at all. Who knows what's in here? Or, I mean, there could be traps for all you know that you just haven't hit.
I mean, we've looked around in the area where we can get to without having to open up that other door. And so far, nothing has happened.
So far.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is getting a little whiffy in here because of all the Greer poop.
Right. Let's take. Does he have a leash or anything? Okay.
Here, I'll pull off my belt
Okay.
and hook it on because he's got a collar. Just hook it on the
He's got
collar.
a collar, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we could take him down to Mr. Mang.
You want to go see Mr.
Especially
Mang
before.
for some more treats? Some more mutton? Big juicy bones.
Phineas, give me a charm roll.
Yikes.
Let's say. Give me. Yeah, well, charm roll difficulty 4.
I got a 7.
Great. Okay. That's just to keep him focused in case anybody else comes by. You can actually keep control of him. Cool. You guys take him out to Mr. Mang, who of course is like, oh, who's this good boy? Even though Greer at first is like, nah, who you? But he'll get him a place that he's just a small room he can stay in for now.
Good. And we'll be back and we'll bring you all your treats. And Calder will be here and he will come say hi to you all the time.
Oh.
Good boy. And then I will rush to rejoin friends at breakfast.
Okay.
So, 2K. Greer's with Mr. Mang because that's safe and he can be cared for all day long.
Oh, wow, you found Greer?
And you can go see him anytime you like.
You found Greer?
Was he out in the woods?
2K is like, oh, really? I didn't know that. It's fine, 2K. I'm going to tell everyone.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay now. So we found Greer, but we waited until Professor Ames came back because we wanted to make sure that Professor Ames could take care of everything. So we now have Greer with Mr.
Wait,
Mang.
what would you have done if Professor Ames hadn't come back?
Well, I suppose we would have kept feeding Greer. But we thought it was best to keep him secret. I'm sorry, I didn't feel very comfortable keeping this secret, but I just wasn't sure what to do. until things were settled. And I didn't want to put you in a position of having to disguise things that you knew. So I didn't tell you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But so we found the Serpentis halls, or at least some of them. Granny had put Greer there. So we got the food and have been feeding him until Professor Ames came back, who we knew would take care of Greer, not take care of Greer.
You found Serpentis halls?
Yes.
Like in Tomb Raider?
I don't know.
But were there giant bats in the ceiling that fluttered down and attacked you?
No.
Were there jackals?
No.
Apart from Greer?
No. Just dusty halls and that symbol that I shared with you, Kels.
Yeah, that kind of tracks.
Yep. I was going to keep exploring, but then we hit that symbol and I kind of didn't want to mess with it.
Were there any pictures or little pieces of paper with hints written on them?
No, just lots of snakes. Carvings of snakes.
I mean,
Mosaics of
that's
snakes.
still kind of cool. I'd like to see it. It's not urgent, but it'd be fun,
Well, the real reason I was worried is that because with the school being on lockdown, so in my mind, whoever attacked Spinnet was probably trying to find records of something, and maybe they got the records, and the records reveal a secret entrance into Argamas through the old Serpentis halls. So if we didn't tell anyone, then the school would be on lockdown, but they wouldn't be guarding the entrance that no one knows about, and then an army of who knows what would break in and kill us all. Or worse.
I
Seems
guess.
a bit convoluted, but maybe.
Mm. And also, I think perhaps Granny fed one of our teachers to Greer.
Ew.
Which one?
It's hard to tell. But Granny for sure fed a small animal to Greer. And it's not too big of a assumption to think that perhaps Granny had turned one of our teachers into a small animal and then fed them to Greer. Not Greer's fault.
That's really sad.
Mm.
Is this because of one of them visions you've been having?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, I had a vision of Granny from the perspective of the small creature. I had a vision of Granny going into the Serpentis halls and feeding me to Greer.
Are you alright? Do you get nightmares or something afterwards?
I did have that dream with all the blood.
What dream with all the blood?
I had a dream. It's hard to remember. I had a dream with all the blood. We talked about it,
okay.
I thought. Maybe you weren't there.
He mentioned it. It's like you guys popped into breakfast and he was like, and there was so much blood. And
That's right, you did.
But no breadcrumbs, no picnic basket going to Grandma's house. So it was probably a vision, not a dream. No children being put into cages and fattened up. So not my typical dream at all.
Is Emmy in the food hall?
yeah.
Aspen will walk over. Hi, Emmy. Hi, Ophelia.
Hey, what's up, Aspen?
So this weekend, I was wondering if you wanted to do a girls' night and you can go, Emmy, and then Ophelia can go and Liv can go, and it'd just be
Give me
the
a charm
four
roll.
of us.
But without negatives.
It's a 10.
Okay. What do you mean? Like a girls' night? When? What would we be
Like-
doing?
This weekend, at the sanctuary. Just, I don't know, probably watching movies or something, hanging out there, maybe helping my parents.
I'll have to check with my parents.
Yeah, there's this like fancy moon in the sky for that weekend, so just thought that it'd be fun to see it at the sanctuary than at the school because there's more space to see it there than here, because with all the students, and it's kind of hard to see the sky from the windows.
I'll get back to you.
Cool. See you later.
Yeah.
Walk away.
Cool. Okay.
All right.
Anything else you guys want to do before?
Yes.
Oh, yep. Go for it.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Hello, Ophelia.
Hey, Phineas.
Freeze.
So, I just wanted to assure you that, statistics aside, Gustav's feelings for you are pure and chivalrous. In case you thought that he was like the other boys who only have one thing on their mind.
What do you mean feelings for me?
Yes, they're pure and chivalrous.
What feelings?
The pure chivalrous feelings he has for you.
No, but what feelings?
Friendship, amity.
Okay, so he just wants to be friends. He's not trying to do other stuff, is what you're saying.
Well, I did ask if he was like the typical boy who is only thinking about hooking up, and he assured me that rumors to the contrary about how boys operate aside, his feelings towards you were chivalrous and pure, which is as I expected.
Okay, give me a charm roll.
3.
Okay. Did he tell you to come say that?
Not precisely.
What does that mean? Not precisely.
Well, I think it would be accurate to say he would want you to know that his feelings are pure and chivalrous, and wouldn't want you to think otherwise.
Okay. His feelings of friendship.
Yes,
Okay.
and fondness.
What do you think fondness means?
Well, what it means to me versus what it means to Gustav. I think what it means to Gustav involves like stormy nights, pirate ships, like people who maybe don't get along and then suddenly realize that they were meant for each other. I don't know. I haven't read any of the books, so I'm mostly judging from the cover and the stories I've heard.
Okay.
It seems confusing to me. What I'm not confused about is that Gustav is not the typical boy who is simply interested in hooking up with you.
Okay, got it. Thanks, Phineas, for clearing that up.
Good. All right. Have a pleasant breakfast. I will go sit back down. Job well done.
Phineas,
Yes.
were you just talking to Emmy?
No, I was talking to Ophelia.
Phineas,
Yes.
why were you talking to Ophelia?
Because you asked me to.
I meant casually. I meant by the by. I didn't mean go over to her.
Well, but we aren't at the same tables in classes. And we were here at breakfast. You said the next time you see her, but then I didn't the last time I saw her because we had other things to do, and this is the next time I saw her.
Phineas,
Yes.
did she say anything?
Yes,
about
I think
me?
it cleared things up for her. So I think perhaps you were right that she maybe expected, or maybe she had a misapprehension. But she did say that it cleared things up, and she thanked me for doing so.
And she didn't seem angry.
Oh. Puzzled, perhaps. She did ask questions that suggested that perhaps she wasn't aware of the depth of your feeling, and I was hard pressed to explain it because I don't understand it myself. So I kind of just had to keep reassuring her that your feelings towards her were pure and chivalrous, and not like other boys who are only interested in hooking up. But I didn't want to overcommit on your part.
Aspen, I need you to fix my relationship.
Okay.
I don't know what to do. I leave the matter entirely in your hands. Help me, please.
Okay. I'll do my best.
Well, what is your relationship? It's hard to fix it if we don't know.
Well, I like Ophelia. I asked her to go to the ball with me, and she went with Emmy instead. Which is a bit awkward, but I don't know. All the people in the books keep trying after the first time they're rejected, so I don't know.
Well, that doesn't mean it was just the fact that she already had plans to go with someone else doesn't mean that it was rejection. And I think she understands that you like her. In fact, she said it. She said, "Oh, does he? You mean like me, like friends?" It's like, I think so. I don't know. I don't know precisely what it is, but I know what it's not, and it's not prurient. Oh, I should have said that.
I think he likes her more than just friends.
Kells,
Mm-hmm.
next time I ask Phineas to help me for anything, please stop me.
Right, yeah. No, it's cool. Yep.
Now, not to scold you, Gustav, but I feel like I did precisely what you asked me to do.
I think there's usually a little more subtlety involved when you like somebody.
Is there?
Yeah? I mean, I wouldn't really know. But the book that I lent Aspen has a whole section
Oh yeah, here you go. She'll
Yeah,
pull it out.
and to be honest, a lot about it, the whole thing about relationships is like finding common interests and just being their friend before, you know, you like each other.
And making sure that the other person doesn't misapprehend your intentions. So that you can have a shared basis of understanding.
Phineas, I feel like you've been talking to too many counselors.
Entirely possible. But anyway, the good news is now you are free to go forward on a basis of mutual understanding.
Yeah, I'm sure tonight at the common room, there will be lots of understanding.
Yes. So you're welcome.
Can I go back over to Ophelia and Emmy?
Yep.
My champion.
Hey, Ophelia, do you mind if we like talk alone together in like the girls' bathroom, or like not there, but like just privately?
Sure. They'll hesitantly get up, look at Emmy, and go with you.
So, I was wondering if, well, never asked this to someone before because I don't know relationship. But are you going out with anyone right now?
Is this related to what Phineas and I just talked about?
Kinda.
Okay. Give me a charm roll.
That's a dirty 12.
Who are you asking for?
I'm asking for Gustav because he likes you. Like he's a good guy, and he definitely treat you right. Like I mean,
I'm getting mixed signals because Phineas just said he liked me like a friend and didn't want anything like that.
yeah, Phineas doesn't quite understand relationships all that well type deal. And in Gustav asking if he could tell you that he's pure in thought, there was mixed signals there in what that meant. So he just wanted to let you know that he likes you like a crush, but doesn't think about wanting to, hook up or, do the thing with you, you know?
Right. Okay, well, I don't really know what to say. Kind of awkward that he sent two people, one after the other, to tell me he has a crush on me.
Yeah. He's very shy. But he's a good guy. It's the quiet good guys that aren't super outspoken. So. But, so yeah.
Yeah.
But also, are you single?
It's complicated.
Okay.
And it's just, Gustav's okay. But I don't know, there's just some times where we've hung out and then he's gotten really jealous about when I've talked to other guys and like not even dating or anything. That kind of worries me too. Like he snapped at me when I was talking to Silent, and then he was really rude to Malachi, even though Malachi's been really nice to him.
Yeah.
And apparently there was something with Emmy, but we don't really remember it. But I guess he blasted her off her broom and flying club.
Yeah. It's kind of like how how Casey acted before things got weird. Guys are weird.
Yeah. Red flag,
Yeah. But yeah, if you I don't know, gave Gustav a second chance, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we just start as friends for a bit. I'm just, I'm focused on school and stuff, and there's a lot of stuff going on.
Fair point. Fair point. School is very important. Kel says so.
Yeah.
Kels is very smart. Well, thank you for helping clear up this misunderstanding. I'll let you go now.
Okay.
Aspen will walk back to the others.
What did she say?
So the misunderstanding has been cleared up. She knows that you like her instead of just like friends, but she wants to start off as being just friends for like right now, and then work your way up to being a thing.
That is deeply confusing.
Yeah. I mean, if you start as just friends, then like you'll like each other, and then eventually that friend love may turn into love, and then next thing you'll know, you're married with 3 kids and owning a pet store, and then arguing over whose bow is fancier.
I kind of feel like if she liked me, she would want to date me. And if she didn't like me, she wouldn't want to date me. And that being friends and sort of working your way up to love is a bit creepy.
It is sort of terrifying now that you think about it. So what you're saying, Aspen, is that at any moment, any one of your friends that you just kind of like, you could suddenly fall in love with them and then wind up having to own a pet store and argue about bows. That's terrifying.
Yeah.
I will do my best not to fall in love with any of you because I don't want to own a pet store.
Sounds great, Phineas.
All right.
Yeah.
I expect the return favor, though. If you start to fall in love with me, please let me know.
I will definitely let you know.
Great.
Please slap me if I ever start falling in love with you.
I'd rather not,
Okay.
but maybe there's a potion that can make it not happen. Because I don't really want to fall in love with any of my friends. Make things very awkward.
Yeah. Especially if you have a falling out after you're together, that makes things so much more awkward.
Mm.
I am going to put on my shades, turn around, look directly at Ophelia, and give her the old finger guns. I got the message.
We have effectively killed Gustav's chance of romance. Job well done.
Perfect. All right. You guys going to class now, or are you talking to anybody else?
It's been a real long breakfast. Let's go to class.
Now, just on the way, we don't play it out, but on the way, I'll just like hang back a little bit with Calder and just like, we really had to protect Greer. So I know he enjoyed, but like Greer is expecting him, and now we can go see him whenever we want to. We don't have to keep it secret, so it's all a good thing. And isn't it great that Professor Levi's okay? So he doesn't need to be rescued anymore.
Cool. You guys have first.
Yes.
Cool. Nothing too crazy. Actually, Aspen, give me a brains roll.
That's an 8.
Okay. We'll say since you studied and did your homework and stuff, you're fine. I forgot to give you a difficulty first, so it's fine. What do you guys have after? Yeah. And of course, Silence sitting behind you, kind of nodding off.
Has Simon been losing house points for his tardiness and general unresponsiveness in class? And have his have our housemates been addressing that?
Not really. I mean, it's not like he's losing like 50 at a time or anything crazy.
Okay. He's not burning things down or anything.
Yeah. Cool. PE. Nothing too crazy. Is there anything you guys are looking to do in any of your classes or like lunch, dinner, whatever?
We should talk to Ms. Moss about the control of any reagents that could be used to create illicit substances. Or at least warn her to be on the lookout if any of her supplies are missing.
Okay, that's your last class of the day,
Yeah.
so you can do that.
And then
You
tomorrow say
approaching
the
her
same thing to
before
Professor
class or
Stillwell.
after class?
After.
You mean biggest?
Biggest, I mean, yes, Stillwell is still out in the forest plotting revenge.
Yeah. So you guys... All right. Go up to Miss Moss. You're just giving her the, hey, be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, she's like always. There's a off limits portion of the greenhouse for a reason.
Well, I just might double check. We're concerned. We don't like the idea of drug rings running rampant, paying off the mob, leading children into temptation. ruining lives.
Evidence of this happening or anything that's made you suddenly concerned?
Well, I didn't even know there was such a thing until recently. But it's very concerning. But rumor around school is yes. It is happening.
Okay.
Keep the cactuses safe.
Always.
Miss Moss,
Yes.
are you married?
Not anymore.
Oh. If a student wanted advice on young romance and how to pursue it in a way that is chivalrous and pure, but also not weird and awkward, where would they go?
Great question.
Asking for a friend, but literally.
I guess you could talk to your counselors, or if you're looking for a specific person, you could. Well, no, I shouldn't send you. I shouldn't send you to a teacher. Okay.
No, if there's a
talk to your
teacher,
counselors, or
there's a teacher
just-
who is skilled at the art of love and romance, then we should know it.
Should you though?
Probably.
Just it feels borderline inappropriate.
Well, it would be if it were the typical just looking to hook up, but it isn't. It's pure and chivalrous.
Give me a charm roll.
Okay.
Maybe get to 10.
Okay, that's a 7.
She's easier to convince than most, but
I will spend 3 adversity tokens to help out Gustav
Okay.
to get him a resource.
well, if I were to think about anybody in the school, probably Professor Victus. But you
Oh,
didn't hear that from me?
of course not. Excellent.
Great.
Thank you. Keep your eye on the, things. We'll let Professor Vegas know to be cautious as well.
Great.
And my lobelia plant is flourishing, so thank you again for that.
Glad to hear it.
All right, thank you. So Gustav, you're gonna go see Professor Victus, right?
Right.
Get some man-to-man advice. Excellent. We're making progress.
Can I find my sister?
Yeah. You have delinquent detail actually
Okay.
after classes. I mean, yeah, because it'd be after class now. But you could find her after delinquent detail.
Yes.
Kells is going to take Phineas and 2K and take them to one of the study rooms in the library and throw down a stack of books that are like, your body and you. What happens for when you're growing up and so on, like that, of, sex ed classes. I'm like, read these. It's about puberty and stuff. Let me know if you have any questions. I'll be over here on this side of the room.
2K and I immediately raise our hands.
What?
Well, where's the part where you transform them into a vermin and bend them
What?
to your will for 100 years?
No, that's not what humans do.
What about the magic part?
Yeah.
What magic part?
Where you do stuff to the baby?
What? No. No, that's not what people... Wait. Where'd you get that from? No, Explain it all.
I thought like they make the parents to make the baby stronger.
Or infuse it with their eldritch might.
That's not something that people regularly do.
Oh.
No.
And what about the mom?
What about the mom?
Nothing. Never mind.
No, hold on. Keep talking.
Give me a charm roll.
6.
Nothing.
I
Just
will spend 2 more adversity tokens to make it a 10.
okay. It just I thought like if the mom really cares about the baby, they you know, give it like their stuff and then they don't.
Okay. You should talk to a counselor probably about that business. That is not typically what happens.
Well, I know not
That's-
always because you have a mom, or like it's
Yeah.
your real mom, right? Like your
Yeah. Yeah, she's my real mom. Most people have. Well, there are sometimes complications, I've heard, when giving birth to kids, but it's not because it's like a medical thing and not a magic thing.
I think it can be a magic thing too.
No.
yeah, it can.
Okay. Okay. All right. Are there any more questions right now about other things?
What about the day that they do stuff and then have the baby? Is that always on purpose? Because it seems like this is saying sometimes it's an accident.
I think that's because sometimes parents, you can try to not have a kid when you do things. This is
Guys,
really
give me a
a
grit
question of
roll.
how- Yeah, Kel's getting redder and redder by the moment. 3.
Great. You start writing in the book.
Dang it.
Give me a brains roll.
I hate it when this happens. These 4 books. Oh, that's a 6.
Okay. Oh, that's the wrong thing.
It's a little angry baby moose.
Oh.
But it's extra scary on the edges, and I'm like, in the book, jeez. Okay, all right.
I mean, it could have been
This
worse.
is beyond what I get. All right, I'm gonna check all these books out. Follow me. I think we still have time. I walk directly to the doctor's office and knock on the door.
Okay. Come in.
Hey, and this is who's been taking over? It's Dr. Mendes?
Dr. Mendes, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, so we were talking about things, and these two have never had a sex ed course, like ever.
Oh dear. Okay.
If you could just schedule some time or something, because this is. She's still holding her stack of books. Like, beyond my expertise.
Right. Okay. Why don't you two stay here? We'll have a little lesson in which
Perfect.
Phineas and Calder leave horrified.
Or just confused, like, what if you don't want to have a baby?
You don't have to. That's why you use protection.
But this is nothing we need to worry about until, like, after we're out of school, right?
Well, if you're going to be sexually active, it's something to worry about.
Well, it shouldn't be allowed, should it?
Technically, no.
I don't know
you're
any.
not allowed to have.
I don't know any of my classmates, even the upperclassmen, who I would trust with a baby.
No, but sometimes it happens accidentally because people are irresponsible.
Well, they shouldn't be.
No.
I mean,
that
if they
doesn't
know
stop.
that the consequence could be a screaming child that they can't put in a cage.
Well, sometimes there's peer pressure, and sometimes it's the woman that gets stuck with the baby since they're the ones that carry the baby, so the guy is less likely to be responsible because it's easier for them to shirk that responsibility.
Oh, so Izzy's right. This place is just a den of sex and drugs. I can't believe
I
Granny
wouldn't
sent me
go
here.
that far. It's that we educate so people know better.
All right.
Kels, meanwhile, is like, I gotta copy the vision over, and then I gotta go to the librarian and be like, I accidentally had a vision in the book. And they're like, again?
At least
I'm
it
like,
wasn't
yeah.
an awful
Yeah.
vision.
Yes, it definitely could have been worse.
It could have been worse. Yeah. Okay. Aspen, you wanted to find your sister?
Yeah.
Okay.
Poke her.
Yes, Aspen.
Could you ask Mother and Father if it's okay for me to go home for the weekend and bring 3 friends?
Why am I asking them if you're bringing 3 friends? I think you should ask them if you want to bring your friends.
Okay.
Okay, let me know when you do
Okay.
and what they say.
I don't think I called them now.
Okay. Yeah. You can call.
Okay. Aspen will call them.
There's like public crystal balls that people can take turn using during off hours. Cool. All right. Really. Hey, Aspen. How's your house points?
They're at 0.
Okay, well, that's better.
Definitely.
No issues. Nothing we should know about.
No.
Okay.
So there's this fancy moon in the sky for the weekend, and
Right.
they're locking down the school, but also in the past things haven't gone well when they lock down the school. So I was wondering if it's okay for me to go home over the weekend and bring 3 of my friends.
You can certainly come home during the weekend, you and your sister. That's fine. As far as you bring in your friends, why don't we make a deal? If you get 2 positive house points, you can bring them.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Bye.
Bye.
She'll hang up. Or wait for them to hang up first.
Yeah. Cool.
Probably go back to her sister. It's like, they said I could come over the weekend, but I have to get positive house points to bring my friends.
Perfect. Okay, I already have positive house points, so I could totally invite people. They can't say no to me because they already said yes to you.
I see your thought process. I see what you did. I approve of it.
Smart, right?
And she'll go find the others.
Cool. You guys are what, dinner now?
Yeah.
Unless you guys want to have to do other stuff. Cool. Calder is still very confused. For sure.
Aren't we all?
Yeah.
Finish is just looking suspiciously at everyone.
Did the talk with the doctor go well?
No. Humans are
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, no, it is weird, but fortunately it's not really applicable most of the time.
Apparently it's applicable all the time.
Pure and chivalrous, Phineas. Pure and chivalrous.
So pure and chivalrous means that you don't want to have a baby with Ophelia.
Phineas,
Yes.
if I had a baby, then I don't know what I would do. That's completely outside of anything
You should let Ophelia know that in a few years you're going to be a Giga Chad, and that if you want to have babies together, there's a better than even chance that they will also be Giga Chads.
You should not say any of those words ever, I think. Yeah, definitely not that. I don't know that much, but that's not it. Listen, this is just science stuff. That's what most of it is. This is how all animals make more animals.
Oh, I understand the biology of it. Sort of.
Okay.
But it's all the other stuff.
How does Greer do it? He's just like a skeleton, isn't he?
He also is pure and chivalrous. He's just a baby puppy and he's adorable.
I wonder if my sister does it.
It's probably best not to think about your sibling.
Definitely.
I suppose you could ask. Maybe it wouldn't be so
No.
strange if people just were more open about it.
I think that's basically what getting married is, isn't it?
I suppose.
Listen, I would recommend not worrying about it too much. Is it just add additional context, right?
But
Are you supposed to get married first?
Apparently not.
Some people do.
It's a culture thing.
But here's the thing. You might like someone and then find out you like them, and then suddenly you have all this to deal with. Or you might, according to Gustav's books, you might hate each other, then all of a sudden find yourselves with lots of heaving bosoms, and things happen. It seems like it's just waiting around the corner to strike when you least expect it.
according to my parents, you can like somebody and then not want to see them ever again.
Mm. And then they've seen you naked. And then there's someone out there that's seen you naked.
I mean, technically, haven't your parents seen you naked?
Yes. Oh, and all of Granny's sisters saw, well, because we didn't really wear clothes much. At least not during things. But that's different.
Yeah, that's different.
I mean, if you're super curious, Gustav, you could ask Ophelia if she's also pure.
No, we don't. Let's not do any of that. You don't need to ask anybody any of these things. This is just like a whatever.
Except for Professor
need to
Victus.
ask someone.
You have to ask
going to
Professor
ask Professor
Victus
Victus.
because he knows all the things. And then you can tell us what Professor Victus says. And then we can all know.
I'm going to go do that right now.
Excellent.
And then we'll all be love experts.
Yes.
Professor Victus. You're muted.
Thank you. Yes, Gustav.
Somebody told me that you know all about this, but that I'm not supposed to say who. I am told that you know a lot about relationships.
Who told you this?
I'm not supposed to say. So I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
How do I be more impressive? Is it to do with house points? If I get enough house points, will people like me more?
Yeah, people in your house might appreciate it, but I mean, only those that really even care about house points. If you want to be impressive, work on yourself. Make it so you have something to offer.
I'm 14.
Yes. So
Right.
worry about self-improvement instead of relationships. Once you're happy with yourself, because that's the problem, right? If you're not happy being alone and just a complete person on your own, anyone that's with you you're going to be a burden to that person. You're going to be dependent on that person, and that's not fair to that other person. You need to bring something of value to the relationship.
Like caramel apples.
I mean, acts of service is some people's love language, sure. If they like caramel apples and you make caramel apples, that's nice, sure. Cooking for them is great. You'll want a little more.
Be happy all the time and have food.
And no one's happy all the time. Having food is good. I mean, you also have to think of the other person. So, they have the whole golden rule, treat others how you want to be treated, but that's not actually how it works when you're in a relationship. People, I don't know if you've heard the concept of love languages, but some people appreciate acts of service, like I said. Other people prefer spending quality time. Other people, it's personal touch. There's words of affirmation. So you got to kind of meet someone where they're at. Just because you personally like hearing a lot of affirmations of, hearing I love you or you're great, you're awesome to help you. I'm not saying that's what it is, but hypothetically, that might not be what the other person needs. they might need to see it in action.
I see. Thank you for your help. I need to think a lot.
No problem.
So,
what did he say?
Kells, Phineas Aspen,
Yes.
apparently you have to understand the other person really well and then anticipate
like-
what they want.
Become friends with them or something. So you get to know them? Interesting.
That's wild. Mind
It's
blowing.
That's certainly less creepy than spying on them. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Izzy says you also have to get swole. So we could do that too.
I think that's what PE class is for. Is this school trying to make us all swole deliberately?
Maybe.
You just have gym class to stay healthy. Otherwise, you spend the whole day sitting around.
I mean, it feels like the events that have been happening recently have been trying to make our group swole.
It's true. We should adopt a rigorous physical training regimen that will simultaneously give us additional protection against the next supernatural or otherwise evil creature and or person who tries to kill us, but also will put us in good stead when we decide that we want to be in relationships, because we will be swole. Kells can lead the initiative to make our minds swole, and Gustav can lead the initiative to make our bodies swole.
What initiative are you leading?
Oh, make sure our morals are swole.
Make sure our familiars are swole.
Yes, that can be Aspen's job.
I mean, wouldn't want to encounter Kells and Cena in a dark alley, and Cena being this buff white kitty. Like, don't want to mess with her.
Yes.
I can barely get her to do anything. I'm not too sure you could get her to exercise on purpose.
I saw a flyer when we were in town for goat yoga. There could be like a cat yoga or a familiar yoga where you do exercises with your familiar. And it looks like they just lay on your back when you do it. So that should please Cena. And Poe is already swole sometimes.
Greer looked pretty fearsome. I bet he does yoga.
It's possible. Or Pilates.
Sap would sleep through yoga.
You know, you probably need to prune Sap. He looks like he's sprouting.
Yeah, it's about that time.
Maybe potato dragon clippings are worth something.
Oh, can you grow another potato dragon from it?
Unsure. I've never tried.
You could have a bunch of saps.
Sap
Maybe-
army.
Maybe they're useful in potions ingredients.
Maybe. Like how there's dragon scales that could be used in potions. Got little saplings.
I bet your mum knows.
Probably. She's very wise and all-knowing.
Oh, good. So we should meet before breakfast every morning and exercise.
Okay. 2K, are you up for it?
Well, we've solved all the problems. Greer is safe and happy. Professor Levi is fine and doesn't require rescuing anymore. And we are going to be paragons of physical fitness. And mental fitness. And moral fitness. We will serve as a positive example to our peers.
You're right.
That'll show the bullies what for.
Yes.
They won't want to mess with us with our big swole beings and our big swole familiars. Especially big swole Xena.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you have a good understanding of how long it takes to become swole.
We have 4 years. It can't take longer than that.
Swole is like big.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
No one will mess with you, Cal. Your familiar is big and buff.
Wait, our familiars are working out?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. Well, we for sure are. And besides, you're all getting bigger. You're all bigger than you were before anyway. Like, even just this semester, you're all a little bit larger.
Like 2 inches.
Well, I don't know. I haven't measured you, but I've been observing, and you all seem to be a little bit larger than you were on the first day that we met.
Have you grown?
I don't think so. I've been more or less the same size as long as I can remember, almost. I mean, I have vague memories of being small.
Is there a little fuzzy?
Was there anything different back then? Were you planted in the ground to grow or anything like that?
No. Or maybe everyone else was just larger and they got smaller. And I've always been the same size. That's possible.
Fun fact, people do actually shrink over time. Your spine grows out and then eventually gets smaller.
I did not know that. How small do they get?
Not much smaller.
Yeah. But
Well, that seems
it
like a
does
waste.
Shrink.
A couple inches. It's kind of like an effect of gravity because when they send astronauts into space, they get taller because their spines expand again.
Ooh.
And then when they come back to Earth, they're like lots of back pain. There's a lot of body aches and whatnot. So I've heard.
It's in the NASA books.
Yeah.
When do you shrink?
Like when you're old?
Oh. Doctor said I still have to grow a lot.
Yeah, you probably do.
I think it's like when you hit 20, because that's like super old.
And then you start to shrink.
Yeah.
Still have 6 more years.
We can get you shoes to help if you need.
They got these like really tall shoes. I think before we started here in Artemis, I was out shopping with my sister for her school year. And there are these like huge platform shoes. It's like, why do you need like 5 extra feet? I don't know, but wild.
It's a style.
For fun, and also to be able to see over everyone's heads when you're in the hallway for better navigation.
Fair point.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. A lot of people here are tall. Like 6 more years? You're just like 13 still, right? When's your birthday?
14.
Wait. Did your birthday happen and we didn't know it? When's your birthday?
A couple days ago.
Oh my gosh. We have to have a retroactive party.
Yes.
Like tomorrow.
Yes.
Heck yeah.
I don't.
Wait. Were you born on All Hallows Eve?
Well, that's convenient. That means that you have a party every year.
I know the food at the party made you sick, but you had an awful lot of it. Was there any particular dish that you liked the best of the ones you tried?
Mm, I don't really remember the names of all of them.
You liked that pumpkin pastry, didn't you? You ate like 3 or 4 of them.
I think so.
The flaky one with the hot orange in the middle with the spices?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Phineas can make more of those. You know how to cook stuff, right?
Yes.
And then we can get some decorations and some candles from somewhere.
Yes. Why?
Give me a charm roll.
6.
Okay. Phineas, you can also give a charm roll if you want.
4.
Okay.
What are the candles for? Do you have a seance for birthdays?
Yeah,
No.
I don't. Should we
What?
just not do anything?
Why not?
Oh.
We want to celebrate
Why?
your birthday. It's a thing.
I liked it. It was fun.
But we didn't know. Oh, presents are a thing, aren't they?
Yes.
We could.
Not that we could really go shopping.
But we could make presents.
We could.
The last time we tried to make anything, we all got head injuries.
Well, I think we probably just make them with normal stuff, not magic.
You could also get head injuries from normal stuff too, but
Why don't we ask if we can use the astronomy facilities on a day where there aren't classes, and we can spend some time looking at the stars?
Well, I'd like that, but I guess we should do what 2K wants, which might be nothing at all.
Just watch a movie.
Yes.
All right, that sounds good. You can still make the treats though.
Yes.
We can just eat those while watching the movie. We won't
Yes.
make a thing about it. All right, I'll get that set up for tomorrow after dinner.
Excellent. Have you ever
But
had a
that
birthday?
means we got a lot of homework to do tonight.
Yes.
So let's
Yes.
get to it.
Right. Have you ever had a birthday party before? I mean, there's always a party on your birthday, but have you ever had a party for your birthday?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Well, I think this will be different than you're expecting. I think it will be much less interesting. At least based on what I've heard. I don't really know. I've never had a birthday party or a birthday. But people seem to like them. And given the year we've had, not dying is quite an accomplishment.
Would you be willing to wear like a fancy hat or like a paper crown?
I guess.
Could. Like, I guess Kels has more experience with NIMP birthday traditions. So she'll probably run down like, well, this
She
is
knows a
what
few from being in middle school, but yeah.
Which I don't know what those are personally. We should.
Well, yeah, you guys learned the sparkle charm, which is used a lot when singing happy birthday. That's like a tradition thing to
Okay.
yeah.
So it's more or less the same thing, only now with added sparkles. So I think we'll run down what we typically do on a birthday to like set expectations of like, well, on my birthday,
Yeah.
we do these things and it's like this. And you get a cake and you put candles in it and you blow out the candles and make a wish. It has nothing to do with any magic. And then when I was in middle school, we had sparklers when they were singing, you know, the sparkle charm stuff. So that's always fun. And then you open presents. And maybe there's like games people play. And that's what a birthday typically is like.
And then your parents argue about which got the better present.
Yes, sometimes, I guess.
Oh, like it's a competition. Aspen, you could challenge Casey to see who can make the best present.
Sure.
Oh, and we can see if Greer can come. We can ask Mr. Mang if we can bring Greer.
Or we could go out and visit Greer.
Yes, we
and
can
then you
go
can
out
have
and
some
visit Greer.
treats for your birthday.
We could go and visit Greer right now if we wanted.
Oh, we should. See how he's settling in.
Yeah, did you want to ask if Tim wanted to come?
I don't think Kels or Aspen has met Greer, or Gustav. I don't think any of you guys have met Greer, have you?
I mean, I saw him in the Forbidden Forest,
Oh yeah, you have Kels. Yeah, you've seen him.
but it was a
Yeah.
traumatic circumstance.
I think that when Dr. Levi picked us up after we knocked ourselves out, he had a hellhound
Yes,
with him.
Oh
he
yeah.
did.
Yes. So you've all seen
yeah,
Greer, but you haven't gotten a chance to tussle with him. He likes wrestling.
Cool.
I've
So you guys
shoved
all
my
go.
hand into the dog's mouth before.
Not recommended. So.
And yes, I will invite Tim, even though Tim doesn't want to go.
Yes, he will not go.
Yeah.
I will give
Uh,
Greer your regards, however.
Cool. You guys go visit Greer. Fun times. And Mr. Ming will supervise because it is technically kind of a dangerous creature. So cool. Now, what are you guys doing? Yeah. Plan a party now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I figure we can figure it out.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Well, I'll
Phineas is just going to make the stuff. I'm going to make sure we have a room and a movie
yeah,
set up.
I'll go to the kitchen tonight and prepare all the filling because that's something that you can do in advance.
Aspen will make a paper crown.
Cool. Okay. Cool. So you guys go to bed, wake up next morning, do classes. Are you guys just planning stuff in between or doing stuff in between? You just let me know. That's fine.
I warn Professor Figgis about double checking his talks.
Okay.
Hey, Aspen, you should volunteer in every class
Okay.
to demonstrate things. Every one of them.
Yes.
Definitely.
Let's see. It's a day 2 class day.
Yeah, except maybe not in Mr. Figgis's class.
Yeah, maybe not in Mr. Figgis' class. Maybe not.
Okay.
That.
Well, you have Transfiguration, Dark Magic Defense, and Magizoology today. So if you want to pick one that you think you would be better at, it's like Transfiguration will probably be more of a charm roll. Dark Magic Defense will probably be, depending what it is, grit or maybe fight. And then Magizoology you're good at, so you could get points in Mr. Mix easy, probably.
Probably do magic zoology.
Okay, so for Magizoology, give me a brains roll. Don't forget to add your stuff.
And use all.
Can I use
Yes. Do it.
a major boon?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll say difficulty 10.
Gotta get those points, man.
$13. And then to be above by 2 or by 5, add to AT, so that's 15.
Okay, nice. So we'll say he brought out Greer just for an impromptu lesson to teach you guys about bloodhounds. And of course, you've spent time with Greer and studied up, and so you're able to answer some questions and give some background. So he'll give you 10 house points because he's super nice, even though it should probably be 5. But
Yay.
oh, Phineas, also Professor Ames would have given you 10 house points for letting him know about the Serpentis.
Oh, good.
Cool. All right. That's the end of your class day. Everyone give me a brains roll really quick.
4.
Or 3.
Also 4.
Also 4. Yeah, Phineas, you were talking to Izzy last time, so.
Wait. 23.
Okay. You see Mateo trying to slyly pass somebody a potion from his bag.
Mm-hmm. Who is?
And does so.
Who's he passing it to?
Just one of the more popular kids in your year.
I will wait until a moment when he's not surrounded by people and not accost him, but by which I mean spring out of the shadows.
Sure, yeah. After class, probably, when everyone's about to leave.
Mateo.
Oh, hey, Phineas.
So, You know I don't know how things work, right?
Some things, sure.
But drugs are bad and illegal and can get people expelled. And it's all around school. If I know about it, probably lots of people know about it, including teachers. And it's only a matter of time. So if you're involved because someone is forcing you to be, and you need help, let me know. If you're involved for other reasons, you should probably stop.
What makes you think I'm involved? Give me a charm roll.
4.
Yeah, good luck against Mateo. Mateo got a 17.
I am not the type of person to reveal things, but there are lots of other people who are the type of people to reveal things.
You mean your friends?
I'm just talking about lots of other people in general.
Oh, well, it's a good thing I'm not doing anything wrong.
You don't have to try to convince me. If you need help to get out from under some sort of compulsion, I'm more than willing to do so. If you are doing this under your own volition, you should stop, because you will get in trouble. It is not the kind of thing that the administration is going to look aside about. You have a bright future. You are extremely smart and talented and popular and friendly. It would be a shame to put all that at risk. Do you need money?
Be ashamed to put all that at risk. No, I'm good. It's like you said, you don't really know how things work.
The mob isn't making you do it?
Thanks for the tip, Phineas.
All right. Well, I feel like I've done what I should do.
Cool. What are you guys doing now? Aspen, you're on delinquent detail, but the rest of you guys can do other stuff. Yes.
Prep in the party room.
Okay.
Baking. I make a bunch of gingerbread children to help me bake. And then the gingerbread children crawl into the little tarts and then pull them up over themselves like little blankets before I push them in the oven.
Great. What are you doing, Gustav?
I am working on myself.
Oh yeah, did you guys work out this morning?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What'd you do?
Well, you have to start with cardio to warm yourself up, because I've read a book.
Yeah.
And because most of our buddies are still growing, we should focus more on body weight exercises as opposed to just jerking weights around.
Aspen probably did laps around the school.
I mean, we probably all were running a lap around the school.
Yeah, Aspen does
A lap.
2-finger push-ups, clapping in the middle.
When you guys do notice when you start to work out, because you said you were bringing 2K, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he will be doing them on his fists, and like he's done them before.
We will copy.
Is he good at exercise, or
Fairly good at some of them. Some of them he's not. He's a little confused because he's not done them before, probably. But
As long as he doesn't sweat blood, we should copy him.
He does not.
Also, this book says we should not neglect our quads and glutes.
And core.
And core, right.
Cool. So you guys work on your 6-pack abs.
Yeah.
All right. Flashback forward. Gustav, what were you saying you were going to work on yourself? What are you going to work on yourself with?
Well, working on myself is a very confusing thing, but since Phineas is taking care of exercise and Kells is taking care of her mind and Aspen is taking care of familiars, magic, but I do want a party Phoenix. So I'm going to try and make little baubles to hang around the room.
Okay. What color scheme you guys using?
I want to associate it with Keller's birthday, obviously, and he's always had a sort of orange and black scheme on his birthdays. So,
Well, this birthday anyway, he did.
and presumably lots and lots of red and brown and black lifeblood and all that kind of stuff as well.
Oh my god. Cool. Okay. Meanwhile, Calder is in his room.
Yep.
Yep.
Dropped
Okay.
him off there and said, do homework, or read those books, or those other books.
Cool. You guys just go to regular dinner?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything you guys need to talk about? Or anyone you need to talk with?
Is there anyone else we should be inviting?
No.
Okay, we're good. You can invite Rith.
No.
Rith would come.
He likes Joel. You like Joel, even.
I think if there's anyone else 2K would like to invite.
Yes, that's the question.
Do you think Silent will come?
We can ask.
Yeah, we could ask.
I think he's very
I haven't seen him
withdrawn,
around too much.
moody, preoccupied. Which has nothing to do with you or us.
I don't think he's spoken to me at all since the Yule Ball. Winter, whatever it was. The dance.
Yes.
Yeah, Ball.
Can Aspen go over to the prefect table?
Yes.
Poker sister.
Yes, Aspen.
I have 10 house points.
Nice. Don't spend them all in one place.
I don't plan on spending them and planning on saving them.
I would hope
Putting
so.
them into a trust fund so that they'll grow. And then
Harvey will hold out some knuckles for you to bump. It's like, hell yeah.
Aspen will fist bump.
Cool.
Just
Now let's
wanted
get
to
those
let
in
you
the
know.
triple digits and we'll be good.
Yep. Definitely get them done by like next year.
I mean, they don't roll over, so it's a competition every year. Yeah. Most other Drakenors have hit the triple digits by now, so.
I'm a late bloomer.
It's fine. Plenty of time to make it up. Just gotta put in the work.
Definitely. And then she'll leave.
Great. All right. What do you guys doing? It's gonna be the party, right?
Birthday
Yeah, though,
party.
if we're asking Silent, Phineas gotta go find him and ask.
Yes. I will do so.
I pull Kels aside at dinner. Kels, do you think that we should make a surprise birthday party? Like, I know he knows there's a party, but do you think we should turn off the lights and hide behind the chairs and jump out?
No. I think that's like the next level of birthday party. Also, we never told him about surprise birthday parties before, so maybe we should introduce the concept before making a surprise birthday party. We could try next year, though.
This year certainly surprised us.
Yeah, a different kind of surprise. I'm getting the feeling that they were not good birthdays.
Well, this one will be. And the next one.
Yeah, hopefully. Oh, so wait, are you gonna come with me to my place this weekend?
If you'll have me.
Yeah.
Unless you don't want me.
No, that's cool. You can come. I'll let Mom know. At some point. Probably later than she wants to know. That's all right. Okay, cool. And I'm sure at some point Aspen will also let her parents know that she has positive house points and can bring people if they want to come.
Yes.
Well, she said 4 friends. Or 3 friends. Yeah, you said, because you said Emmy, Liv, and Ophelia.
Yeah.
Unless you want to replace them.
No, just those 3. If they don't come, I'll just be lonely. I'll crash Rosemary's party.
Great. Phineas,
Yes.
you say you were going to go get Sai?
Yeah. Wait until he's skulking off. And then hop out of the shadows. Sigh.
Yeah.
Calder was very sad that you didn't come to the caramel apple. However, we are having a birthday party for him tonight. It would
Oh,
be.
it's his birthday?
It was actually a couple of days ago, but it'd be really wonderful if you made even the briefest of appearances.
Yeah. Where? When?
Movie club room. We're having pumpkin pastries and watching a movie.
Movie club room.
I'm pretty sure you've been there.
Do you remind me?
I will remind him.
Okay.
It's that room in the library.
Ah. Okay.
He specifically asked for you.
Yeah. I didn't know it was his birthday. Okay. Is it like a come as you are type deal?
Come as you are, no presents. Everything's handled. All that's required is that you appear.
No presents.
Yep. No need for
What kind of
anything
birthday is
else.
that?
Well, a nice one. And we get the sense that maybe his previous birthdays haven't been surrounded by friends. So it'd be good if he was surrounded by his friends.
Okay. Yeah. Is it right now?
Soon.
Okay.
Like immediately following dinner.
Okay. Give me a charm roll.
Four.
I might be a few minutes late, but I'll be there.
Shall I tell him that you're coming?
Yeah, I'm coming. I need to do some. I need to grab something.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Cool. All right. He will head off towards the Spaderis. Brooms. Let's see. Cool. All right. You guys gonna grab Cal there? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Go get him. It's like, all right, cool. Party time. Let's go. Here we go.
It's a little nervous, but
The room. I will assume that I did not coordinate the color choices with Gustav, and I went with Cephalon house colors.
excellent. So just a bunch of colors. Yeah.
yeah. And we're just like, and we had to rearrange things. So maybe like one side is one set of colors and another side is a different set of decorations and different colors. We're like, well, that's fine.
Great.
All right.
Aspen will pull out the little crown she made and put it on the Kelter's head.
Perfect.
Cool.
Yay, sparkles, by which I mean spiders. Sparkly spiders.
Not spiders. You have the pastries.
Yes.
Okay.
So, in the NMP world, we have a happy birthday song that I'm going to teach you, Phineas and 2K and Aspen, and we can sing that. And then maybe one of you guys could teach me the magical happy birthday song, if there is one.
It's the same song,
Well, that's
but you
convenient.
had sparkler stuff. Was Sai coming, or
Maybe. We'll see.
should we wait on the treat stuff?
Well, let's sing happy birthday first. We don't have to eat all the treats at once because we don't want to get sick. We can enjoy the treats as we watch the movie.
Okay. All right. Start your sparkles, and then we'll sing happy birthday.
Spiders.
Do I do it?
You don't have to
Oh.
sing. You usually sing for the person. Yeah, it is always awkward, she says at the end.
Yeah. That's what I do. Everyone's looking at me and singing at me. What do I do?
You just stand there and smile. Maybe you also make sparkles, just for ambiance. Okay. So I guess we start the movie.
Yes.
We offered 2K a selection of the movies that we've already seen in Movie Club, so he already knows which one he likes best.
Okay, so you guys are doing a rewatch?
There's Halloween. There's Halloween 2. There's Halloween 3D. There's all the Halloween themed movies. We could watch those. Those seem appropriate.
There's those ones, and then here are some about. I don't think there's really movies about birthdays, but there probably are some that are like Disney Channel movies.
I mean, there's some that are horror films.
Yeah.
I wish you a bloody
Maybe not
birthday.
those.
Yeah.
I think there's one where it's like a Disney Channel one where they blow out the candle and make a wish and it comes true or something like that.
Yeah.
They have
one of
however
those
many
kinds of-
candles.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right.
I'm sure there's a magical version where although you guys didn't have candles.
No, Cal's got
I don't
candles.
think. Did you? Did you have
Yeah,
them blow
I
them out? Did you explain the process of hey, blow out the
Probably would
candles and you make
explain
a
the
way.
process. Yeah, we can do
100%.
that also because we
Okay.
just put one on each pastry.
Yes.
He's like, I blow on the food?
Yeah, I mean, on the candle, but I guess it's also on the food. That's fine. But if you don't do it quick, the wax gets onto it. So you gotta, do it now.
And do you guys tell him the concept of not telling other people your wish?
Yeah, don't tell people your wish, and the more candles you blow in one breath, it's better. Because then if you... She's about to say, if you don't blow out all the candles, that's how many kids you have, and we just went over how having kids is weird, so she stops herself and says, it's better if you just blow them out in one go.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So he'll blow about. That's good. Say at this moment, Sai kind of busts in. And he has a present because he doesn't listen. So he's like, hey, I made it. Yes?
Yeah.
Good. Right on
Excellent.
time. Awesome. Here. They said no presents, but that's dumb. So 2K will kind of look confused.
It's
All
for
right,
you.
so people give you presents on your birthday, and then you open them, and then you say thank you.
So he'll open the paper, and it's just an acoustic guitar, like a NIMP acoustic guitar. He's like, oh, thank you.
Oh, neat.
That's very thoughtful.
Now you can play guitar too. Because you guys have been practicing that, right? At some point?
Yeah, we were for a bit. Cool. So nice, great party. Looks good. This is good stuff, 2K. This is one of the better parties I've been to, for sure.
Well, it's his first one, and it's good to see you here, Silent.
Yeah. Of course I wasn't gonna miss his birthday. I mean, the party, anyway.
Yeah, he didn't really tell us it was his birthday.
One of those.
Yeah. So we had to get something together the next day. Next year, we'll know.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Fair enough.
And now we're going to watch 14 Candles.
Not that one.
Okay.
He's like, why not?
It's 14 wishes.
Yes. One wish per
Yeah.
candle. It's a comedy of errors. And at the end, you realize that the only wish that was important was to have all your friends around you. And you had that at the outset. And all the hijinks with the wishes that went wrong were unnecessary. It's like a life lesson.
Many things are.
Yes.
Anyway. We start playing the movie, I guess, and eating pastries.
Yes.
Anyone could give me a charm roll if they want.
Nine.
9.
Okay, well, fair enough. It's dark in here because you guys are watching a movie.
Yep.
Cool. Movie ends.
Do we hear a burbling bong noise from Sai's general direction?
No.
It's like, what's that smell? He ran over a skunk. Ew.
No.
You know, for a comedy of errors, they certainly seem to have less errors involved than we have in our lives.
True. It's like the comedy part is more important than the errors part.
could never understand why people wanted to wish for like ponies or horses for their birthday. A lot of work.
Don't you already have a herd of them?
Yes.
Yeah. But they're at the sanctuary.
Yes. Rule number 1, never wish for something that poops. Unless you also wish for something that will clean up the poop for you. But then you have to make sure the thing that cleans up the poop for you doesn't poop, or else you have to get a thing that cleans up the poop with the thing cleaning up the poop, and then it becomes this entire chain. Yeah. Maybe
What if
that's
it cleans
the
up its own poop?
Oh, that's clever.
I wished for a younger sibling when I was younger, but never got it. Maybe I'm the present that my sister wished for.
Oh, that's sweet.
She probably wanted to return them.
Maybe we're all the presents that someone wished for one day.
That's a good thought.
It sounds like we're getting to life lesson territory again.
Well, given that there are prophecies, it could be that we're the presents that somebody will wish for.
That's profound.
It's always a good thing. Oh, right.
Yeah, maybe. Anyway,
Cool.
happy
Anyways.
birthday.
Yeah, credits are rolling. Lights go up. You kind of see Side just kind of like very antsy, knee bouncing, hands moving, just like, and then you hear a knock on the door.
Come in.
Cool. You open it, and it is Professor Levi standing with Greer. And Calder immediately gets up, bolts over, and nearly tackles him.
Professor Levi, so good to see you. Then I plot up a single hair. Just reach up and yank,
Ow!
and then look at it and go, it's really you.
Yes. Yeah. I was like, hey, buddy. He'll kind of like shuffle in with Calder and close the door behind him. You guys like turn off the movie or
Yeah.
turn the lights out?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's really
Hey,
good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you guys too. Sorry, I haven't been around.
That wasn't
for all
exactly
that-
your fault, was it?
I mean, a little bit here and there.
You used a commercially produced mirror, didn't you?
No.
No.
What's happening in here?
A birthday party.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it was your birthday, bud, wasn't it? I'm so sorry I missed it.
Yeah, we missed it too because he didn't tell us about it.
Yeah, I could see that. Great. It's silent. Hey. And it's just
So like,
Silent's like, cool. Well, it's good seeing you guys. I'll let you guys catch up.
thank you for coming.
And kind of slides out for the last happy birthday.
Has Professor Ames filled you in on all the things that you've missed?
For the most part.
Okay.
hurt Professor Levi?
I'm fine. Do you guys mind if I just talk to Calder for a bit? I'm just gonna steal him away for a second, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Calder is definitely crying.
Yeah.
We're patting him on the
So
back.
he's probably gonna walk him down to his office to talk, catch up on stuff.
Well, that's excellent news. Now we only have to worry about his impending death.
What?
Well, the whole being stabbed in the chest thing.
Wait, who's impending death?
Professor Levi.
Oh, right, that thing.
But I think that means that maybe we aren't so worried about this weekend, right? With Professor Levi here to ensure things are fine.
I'm still worried about this weekend.
Well, but Calder was only tempted because he wanted to go rescue Professor Levi. And now he doesn't have to. And your visions were of an older Calder, not current Calder. And it's going to be, what, a few years before the next blood moon?
Yeah.
So we have a few more years of positive peer pressure to avoid that.
Right.
Was Calder swole in your vision?
Like just taller and stuff, I think.
Oh, I think if we get him real swole, that will also invalidate the vision.
I don't think the intention probably is still the same as far as things go in that.
And maybe we take him to a hairdresser so he can get frosted tips, because that wasn't in the vision either.
Again, I think it's more vibes than explicitly the same thing.
Maybe.
Frosted tips would look cool though.
Mm-hmm.
I think he needs more hair for that.
Yes, he has to grow it out his hair.
Maybe we could find another branch of magic to get 2K really interested in.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe.
Like rune magic or something.
There's got to be books in the library about, what anthropologists do, but magic anthropologists, And we can look up different types of spells that, we might learn eventually.
Yes. And I'm also very pleased that Sai was able to drag himself away from his self-destructive spiral of drug addiction.
Drug addiction, really?
Oh, yeah.
He seemed
I was
fine.
like, what? He seemed fine. Yeah.
I didn't notice anything. She's still preoccupied being all like, was that actually Professor Levi? Did the hack just kidnap 2K?
No, it's fine. Because of the hair. That's why I ripped his hair out.
Are you sure that's a thing?
Yeah.
Are you sure they can't just fake it?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Have you ever pulled out one of your own hairs to look up?
No. Look, this has no magical powers, so it animates. Oh no! No, so it's a thing with hags that
Turns into a giant serpent.
right, a significant portion of their magical power resides in their hair, or is expressed through their hair or something. I don't know. Like my wand has one of Granny's hairs in it.
Okay, but
it's very difficult to relieve a hag of their hair.
But she was in a Professor Levi body.
Yes. But that was all illusion and seeming. And
No.
maybe some transmutation.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
If, like,
That's why
no,
I thought that maybe she and Professor Ames struck a deal, because she would have wanted her body back.
Okay, but if she's still in Professor Levi's body and just showed up, it wouldn't have a hag hair. It'd have a Professor Levi hair. And if Professor Levi was in a hag body and you pulled out his hair, even if it was transformed, it would do hag stuff, right?
We should go and find them and make sure it's okay.
Muted.
Hashtag
I
paranoid.
assume you guys go to Professor Levi's office. Actually, Kels, give me a crit roll.
Cool. 5.
Okay, give me a brains roll.
Today is not the day. 6. No. This is the way. It's a small figure being dragged away.
Ugh. Great. Go get Professor Ames.
I ran off to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Professor Ames,
Yeah. What's wrong, Gustav?
there's been a problem.
Okay.
Professor Levi showed up, and he had
Yeah.
Greer with him, and he took 2K. But they didn't go to his. We went to his office to check, and they went there.
You guys did not check his office. You went straight to Ames from the
I
library.
went straight to Ames. The others are going to the office.
Yeah.
But Kel's had a vision of somebody being dragged off, and we're worried that it's not actually Professor Levi.
Okay. It is, but I'll go with you.
This way.
Okay. You guys show up, minus Gustav, to Professor Levi's office. Yeah?
It's us.
Oh. You'll hear the door unlock.
We're very suspicious.
Okay. Understandable. He'll open the door, magically open to just reveal him, Calder, and Greer
Yes.
in his office.
Because you weren't around when we established the code word.
No.
Everything's okay, Calder? All right. Well, sorry in advance if this all turns out to us just being suspicious, but with the whole Granny in your body thing, it didn't occur to me until they explained it. It's like, oh, that's right, because your hair wouldn't actually, it would have been your hair even if Granny was in your body. It's all very confusing.
Yeah. I assure you it's me, though.
All right. How'd you get your body back?
Long story.
It was an agreement and a trade with Granny, right?
Why don't you stay here, Phineas, for a bit? We'll talk about your family issues.
Right. Kels, write this down and put it in the place that no one knows about.
All right. Okay.
Just in case we all wake up in the morning and don't remember anything.
Also, it's proof that you were here with Professor Levi, air quotes, if you and 2K disappear.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Professor Ames and Gustav arrive, I assume.
Yeah, sure.
I'll just
It's like, they're worried you're not you. And he's like, yeah, I got that.
Professor Ames,
Yes.
are you really you?
Oh, what is it? Mr. Sparkly?
All right.
Professor Levi, we're going to need a distinct timeline of every event that happened to you since you left the school.
I'm not giving that to you. There's some things I need to talk over with Phineas because it does affect and it personally deals with Phineas. But
All right. Well, I will say
it
this: if
is
it was
his
Granny,
grandmother.
if it was Granny, she would
not
just make
really,
something
but-
up without lying. Exactly. So, all right. Will the three of you stay outside and make sure that we actually make it out and that we come out, that we haven't forgotten everything, just in case?
We will besiege the office.
All right.
Stand like guards.
Yes.
Professor Ames will stay and just close the door behind him. He'll cast something on the door too. He doesn't want people listening in. Okay. Well, essentially, Phineas, I was prepared to talk to your granny,
Yes.
if that's what we're still calling her. But I found out she wasn't in Terminus Tower. She was actually in a spin-it facility, which is fine. Pulled some strings to be able to go see her. What I wasn't expecting was her not being the one in the cell and already being a spin-it guard.
Yes.
So she was already planning on getting out. I just presented a unique opportunity to her,
Yes.
unfortunately. So she was able to infiltrate the school as me, being someone both you and Calder trusted. For that, I'm sorry. Not only because, it was me, and I'm sure that was traumatizing to me in that way, but also I wasn't here to help. This is also why hags are usually class 6. We aren't supposed to capture hags. It's normally a kill on sight type thing or disengage, but your grandmother is not your grandmother. Granny is a very powerful being. I think Spinnet wanted to learn what they could, and it was not worth the risk.
They learned more than they bargained for, I imagine.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it. What did she say to you?
Oh, mostly about how humans are beneath me, and something odd about my parents, or my mother in particular. She never seems to mention my father. That was a bit odd. And then she was going to do something. She'd captured Professor Ames, and I kind of talked her into letting him talk to her because I figured he could stall for a while. And then a couple of the sisters were here, and they were trying to eat Gustav, Kels, and Aspen, but they got away. Gustav was very badly burned, but he did fireball a hag, which is quite admirable. And then I convinced the sisters that Granny wasn't happy with them, so they fled off into the forest. And then I told Granny that the sisters had abandoned her, so she went off into the forest to chase them.
Okay. What was Poe doing during all this?
I was a little worried about that too, but he seemed to help. Well, at least not hinder.
Okay. Interesting.
I know.
Well, she took all my notes, pretty much, that I was taking on you, so gonna have to start on scratch from that. Yeah, a little worried what Gran is doing.
Well, she's probably biding her time.
But for what?
Look at Calder where Calder can't see me looking at Calder.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. This all seems a little bit more convoluted than we thought.
Oh, she's very patient, isn't she?
Right, what exactly did she say about your parents again? Do you know?
Something about my mother being a great disappointment and causing trouble. And then I pressed on that, trying to find out more, and she didn't want to tell me. I also pressed on the whole me passing out when I look at certain things. And I tried with Dr. Katz, who's the new counselor, and who's also related to Spit It somehow. And I read some hag-related things, so it clearly isn't hag-related things that make me pass out. So who knows?
Interesting. Okay. And you said she didn't say much about your father.
No, but I took that as she doesn't have much time for males who aren't fully in her thrall.
Right. Okay. Okay.
But anyway, it was just the typical, oh, they're so far beneath you. Why don't you just forget them? And, you know, the usual.
Right. Yeah. Gustav, Aspen, Kels, what are you guys doing outside the room?
Aspen is like leaning against the door, trying to have her like ear against it, even though like the spell was on there so you can't hear it, but it's like maybe think I hear something. I don't know.
Professor Ames just letting you. It's like, it's not gonna work.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask?
Professor Ames, how did you get Professor Levi out of there?
I didn't.
How did Professor Levi get out of there?
There was an attack on the Spinnet facility.
I feel like you've been talking to Phineas too much.
I would agree.
Dare you? You're no
Professor
longer
Ames?
my second favorite teacher.
When there was the attack, who was it that got Professor Levi out of the facility?
Great question.
But it wasn't self-rescue.
A self-rescue? No. He's not the one that attacked the facility, if that's what you're asking.
But did you know that the attack would come before it happened?
Did I know about the attack before it happened?
Yes.
I did not know exactly what was going to happen.
So if you weren't involved with the planning, it was hands off. So you asked somebody to do it, and they did it perhaps as a favor or for money. And they did their own planning.
Good stuff. Don't worry about it. Worry about the outcome. Nothing good is coming of the questions you're asking.
All right. Here's another question then. Professor Levi is a wanted man. Why is he here?
He's not. He's been cleared with Spinnet.
After the attack.
Yeah, he did not conduct the attack.
Why did they let him go then?
He is
Why did they-
considered a victim in all of this.
Kills?
What? She's been rather mopey looking at the vision, probably.
Ames, what you got there?
I mean, this is why we thought something weird was happening.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I could see why.
I guess someone else is going to get kidnapped then.
Or dragged into something they don't want to be dragged into, or whatever else it could mean, metaphorically or literally kidnapped.
Ugh. Stupid pictures. There are multiple interpretations.
How dare people make art?
Never good.
Never heard.
Always bad.
I thought the words would help things, but they made it worse.
Cool. So now, you asking anything else, Phineas?
No, I think I know precisely what happened. Granny wanted her body back. And she got it. And she didn't eat you, which is good. I'd like to think it's because she would think that it was upsetting if she had eaten you. But you never know with her.
Yeah.
But you're back now and you're safe. And you're here to stay, yes?
Yes.
And you don't need rescuing anymore.
No.
So if anyone had any crazy ideas about things to do to help you out, we can forget them all.
Yes. What?
Nothing.
Well,
oh, also
you said
I found
a very specific way.
I know. And also,
Were you guys planning something?
not exactly. And I found the Serpentis halls.
Nope. Not exactly.
Not exactly, in that there were no firm plans. We had just talked about the strong desire to get you out of trouble and how it might take dangerous action to do so. It hadn't really gotten into the solid planning phase.
Give me a charm roll.
I'm telling the truth.
Yeah.
Eight.
Well, he looks at Calder, and Calder has a terrible poker face. Yeah. Some dangerous actions, huh?
I mean, we talked about running away and living the lives of, and busting you out and living the lives of vagabonds. I think that might have been Gustav's idea or something.
What was your plan for me being stuck in a tag body?
I don't know, teach you to use hag magic so you could make yourself look like you. We hadn't really thought it through. I was quite convinced that Granny would want her body back eventually.
Right.
But, and also, we found the Serpentis halls.
Yeah, that's Professor Ames let me know about that. That's also interesting, especially given some of the stuff in there.
Well, the only thing that we found in there was a locked door and Greer.
I'm glad you found Greer.
Yes.
We're able to hold him over until I got back.
Yes.
That's good.
Mr. Mang is very fond of him.
As he should be.
Yes. He's an adorable little puppy.
Okay. I'm kind of surprised you told anyone about finding it, to be honest, because you've been looking for that for a while
We
now.
couldn't. I couldn't help Greer and keep the halls a secret. And also there was concern that the halls might open into a secret entrance to Artemis, and that with the lockdown for the blood moon coming, that maybe someone untoward might know about it and use it as a way of gaining access to the school.
Yeah.
Because if like the school resource officer, I mean, not the one who's dead, but the current living one, didn't know about it, then they wouldn't possibly be able to ensure that the appropriate precautions were in place to prevent people from sneaking in through the secret Serpentis halls. So while I would have liked to have explored further, I thought that weighing that desire against the death and or spiritual imprisonment of the entire campus seemed like a clear choice.
It was a good decision. It was the right thing to do.
Oh, good.
Kels,
And yes,
Kels, give me a great roll.
and yes, it apparently dog food is very expensive. I did learn that.
3.
Yeah. How much was it?
3 for my grit.
No, Phineas, sorry. How much was the dog food?
5 gold and some.
Okay. He'll give you 6 gold payback.
Thank you.
Okay, Kels, give me a brains roll.
That'll be 15. Man, come on. All right, so this is a blood mage magic hand doing blood magic.
Yeah. And not like open to interpretation, but literally arm cuts, blood coming out, other hand making its whirlies. So it's for sure someone doing blood magic.
It's pretty clear. I'm sure Professor Ames sees this. Cool. Dr. Katz just said I was nervous about the blood moon stuff. I say, looking at Professor Ames. Which I guess... Are you muted? I think you're muted.
Yes.
Okay.
Is that it's pretty safe to assume that on a blood moon, a blood mage is going to use it. Any that are remaining.
Cool. I mean, maybe that's why there's this bloody hand one.
Probably.
Probably.
I mean, you don't know when these missions happen, correct?
No, not usually.
So,
Calder's father is in prison, right?
yes, he is in Terminus Tower.
Can he use blood magic in there?
No. Most of the blood coal is in Terminus Tower. And special measures have been taken so that they cannot use blood magic, which is very difficult to do.
All I'm saying is that most of my visions are tangentially related to me. Is this just because I'm friends with 2K?
Maybe. So every vision you've had has been related to you?
Well, to things that I know about, or people I know and something that they care about. Like, within my sphere of influence, I'd say.
Okay. For people you may know in the future?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely all related to Calder, who you're close with, so believable.
The exciting time.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, it's getting late. You guys had your movie and everything. So it's been, you had dinner, then you went and watched a movie, you had the little party, and then this. So. Guess we're Levi's, but like, it's getting close to bed checks, so.
I will look at him seriously and pause awkwardly long. And then I will mechanically put my arms out, slowly walk toward him with a really
He'll meet you halfway.
fixed expression, and then kind of,
Yeah.
all right,
He'll hug back.
it's good. It's good that you're safe. And also, I'm only 5% convinced that Professor Ames is evil.
Oh, that's an improvement.
Yes.
What was it at before?
Oh, 50-50.
Oh, okay.
All right, good night. Welcome home.
Good night. Thanks. Cool. Kels, do you walk Calder back?
Yeah.
Great.
I'll probably, when we get to the, or when we're walking, be like, so we still need the chat tomorrow? Okay, we're all good? Okay. And then she sighs because she was writing up a little debate argument document of why this is a bad idea. 10, 20, no, 30 slide presentation on why this is dumb.
Still give it, or save it for later when this comes up again.
Yeah. I'll save it for later, for sure.
Okay. Cool. Kels, give me a grit roll.
That's a 1.
Uh-oh. Okay, give me a brains roll.
That's a 10.
Okay, well, there's a 1, so you probably pause and like take your finger on the floor or the wall or something, and obviously it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So you're just like, oh, well, that was a wasted one.
Cool. But now my finger feels funny.
Yeah, it's got that like, you're just rubbing it on something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Phineas, give me a grit roll. Grit or brains? Yeah, wait, do you guys do anything before you go to bed?
It's late at night.
Yeah.
And we probably just had, I mean, if everyone's heading back to their rooms, we head back to our rooms.
Yeah.
Let's say thank you to Professor Ames before we leave.
Yeah. Eight on grit.
Okay. You guys wake up in the morning, go to breakfast. Cafeteria is a buzz because the other professors are also back. So Professor Levi, Miss Mesmer, and the doc.
Really?
Yay! They weren't eaten.
Just the
Probably,
students.
maybe. Just the students. Oh no.
That's fine. And one scene, Willie. May he rest in peace.
Yeah. There's really only one student that is still unaccounted for.
Mm. Well, good. So everything's turning out great.
And Dr. Mendes is like, if she just waited like 3 more days, I wouldn't have.
Yeah, I wouldn't have had to do that.
Sex ed class.
Yeah. Yep, good news is Miss Mesmer is here now. You show all your visions. Great.
Yeah.
I know how much you love talking to her about your visions.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it'll probably just be more of the, okay, so what do? We ignore them.
Conceal, don't feel.
Yeah. You don't need to worry about it because it probably won't happen.
Cool. So, it's also Friday.
Yes.
Have you guys hammered out your plans for this weekend? Gustav, you're going with Kels. And Aspen, you're planning on going with to the sanctuary.
Yeah, and hoping that Emmy, Ophelia, and Liv accept my invitation.
Yep. Pending their parents say yes.
Yep.
Cool. Kels, give me a grit roll.
4.
And give me a brains roll.
17.
Mm. I'm running out of room.
You could make a new one.
Yeah.
And just so many visions about horrible things.
Yeah.
Or a regular amount of things. Man.
It's over.
Well, you mean suspicious blood ones? All these blood ones all together?
The ones that were happened today.
Yeah. That makes sense. The
Or this session.
This one is just like an abstract, I don't know, landscape?
It's someone
With-
stabbing someone with a sword.
Yeah, and there's blood.
That's a pyramid in the background.
This one's too abstract for me, other than there's definitely blood.
You don't know it's blood.
Okay, yeah.
It's red and it's spraying out of a stab wound.
All of these things. Because there's like a foot back there. And I guess that's like a person
Yeah. It's a dude.
crouched over.
Yeah, it's a dude laying on the ground. And the other dude is like...
Where's the
The-
second dude?
The foot belongs to the person who's being stabbed, right?
No,
So
he's
Or is
doing
it
the
the
stabbing.
person stabbing?
Yeah.
Wait.
Lower left hand, sorry, lower right hand corner is the face of the person being stabbed.
So we're all just spending a lot of time at this breakfast peering over like, no, where's the stabbing happening?
What's
I
the
don't know.
white thing?
That's the sword.
That's the sword.
Oh.
And there's two hands on the hilt and it's stabbing. And then there's the
Oh.
guy who's doing the stabbing who's holding the hilt. That's
Yeah.
the darker figure with the lighter hair kind of
Yes.
situation.
So guy
I
on top
see.
is kind of crouched over stabbing, and the guy on the bottom is like going, "No, not in my heart."
Yeah. Though
I see.
I don't think we can see much of the other guy, right?
Just his chin and nose. And
Is that a
mouth.
chin and nose?
Yeah, the lower right hand corner is face.
I thought it was a skull. The sword.
So anyway, we spend a lot of time talking about that, I guess. Everyone loves that.
Yeah.
Really a great breakfast topic.
And Phineas, Tim will kind of come by and be like,
I'll be right back.
You know, I didn't think they'd keep hanging out after they got Greer all taken care of, but here we are, I say to the rest of the table.
Tim will pull you aside and be like, did you have the dream last night?
I don't think so. I felt something funny, but then I rolled high on my grit score.
You rolled okay on your crit
Yeah.
score.
For me,
Um,
high.
So you probably remember having a dream, but you just can't
Okay.
remember the dream.
What
he's
was
like,
it?
More blood mages and death.
From who's? Tell me specifically.
Okay. It was, I mean, I don't know who it was, but I was like floating in the air being controlled by some blood mage, and then just felt all my blood basically like exit my body, and then it went to black.
But you weren't stabbed by a blood mage with a sword through the heart.
No.
Okay, because that was
Is
Kel's
that what
vision.
you dreamed about?
That was
Oh,
Kel's
okay.
vision. Kel's been having lots of dreams about blood magic and stuff. Maybe it's because there's a blood moon.
Yeah. And during that, the headmaster will get up to make an announcement to breakfast because explaining, yeah, there's a blood moon this weekend, so don't be expecting to go or do anything crazy on Sunday night because the school will be locked down. But it is a free pass for people that do want to go, or their parents want to have them come home for the weekend. That's fine. And then explaining of the teachers that are back.
Tim.
Yeah.
I wonder if we shouldn't speak to Professor Levi and Professor Ames. And maybe we should spend the weekend somewhere secure that isn't the school.
I guess. Isn't the school supposed to be
Well,
secure?
supposed to be, but let's think about.
Right.
I don't know. It's just that there's like Spinnet and other things that are maybe a bit more secure.
I mean, didn't a spin facility just get attacked?
Well, but that was the whole thing. I think that was
Yeah.
part of. I think that was the part of. I don't think that had anything to do with blood magic. I think that was Granny getting her body back.
Okay.
Thus, Professor Levi coming back. I'm more
Right.
worried about and Granny could care less about blood moons. I mean, moons in
So you
general.
wanting
She
to
cares about.
stay with Professor Ames?
Or Professor Levi with additional protection from Professor Ames.
I feel like an entire school is more secure than two dudes, right?
You would think so, but think about all the times that things have happened here. And it's been just a lot
Yeah,
of
but
us
wasn't
running
that when
around.
they weren't here?
Well, whether it's at school or not at school, I think we should just take precautions. But if we're at school, that's where people expect us to be.
That's true. Okay. I mean, I guess.
So, and Professor Ames knows about you.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I just think let's ask if there's some additional precautions we can take other than just being in our rooms, where anyone who is looking for us might find us.
Yeah, I guess that's not the worst idea.
Yes.
Or famous last words, but probably risky either way with this stuff.
Probably so, but anyway.
Cool. Great. Have you tried going back to the place?
I assume that it's been.
Same.
All right, so Kels Gustav will be safe, yes. At Kels's place. Aspen will be safe at Aspen's place. And we're going to try to see if we can't find a deep, magically protected hole to crawl into over the weekend. Because, I don't know, it just seems like lots of things are coming to a head with the blood moon. And the more protected we can make ourselves, the better. And being around school is maybe not a good idea.
Yeah. Oh, we could definitely try it.
We can go to the forest.
That seems like the worst idea. I mean, you've been fine in the forest, but, also the odds. Maybe this is the unlucky time.
I was just going to say, I mean, the odds are that we would die, but at least we wouldn't die to blood mages. We'd die to ogres or something.
Hooray.
Silver linings.
I haven't seen any ogre deaths in a while.
Yeah, we only saw a troll.
Yeah, no thank you. What if we can't leave? Then what?
Well, then we find a protected spot and ask Professor Ames and Professor Levi to help. And probably the new school resource officer. And then if they don't take us seriously, ooh, I don't know.
And we just run away
Maybe.
into the forest, take our chances.
Yes. Sounds
Start
like
a
a
new
plan to
life.
me. Yeah, start a new life in the forest.
Great.
Well, good, we agreed.
Yeah. The Phineas, Aspen, Kells, Gustav. Okay, so Gustav, you're going to Kels's, right? Okay. Is there anything else you guys are going to do today? I mean, Phineas and them are going to try to ask about going for the weekend, or at least Sunday. Because you wouldn't be coming back until Monday morning, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we can end there, because I think Bisha has another game to get to.
Yeah, eventually.
That's fine.
Well, we could just end
That's
after the weekend goes smoothly and nothing bad happens to us.
Yeah, right. We can just skip over the weekend. Everything's fine.
That's what I heard Esther say,
Everything's
is the
fine?
weekend goes smoothly because of all of our planning. Nothing bad happens to us. Yay!
Yeah, definitely didn't split the party. Okay.
We definitely did.
That's
Somebody's going to have a great weekend. It's Phineas. And the rest of us will have normal weekends.
I'm gonna be surrounded by the only people who can protect us. I think I'll be fine.
At least I'm trying to grab 3 NPCs that
Yeah,
hope
you're trying to
that they
say
don't die.
three randos.
Which NPCs do you care about most? Invite them away from the danger.
That's true. That's true.
Cool. And you should be thanking her. That's why we grabbed her girl and yours. So
Yeah. And a spare, just in
and a
case.
spare.
Yeah, I
spare
grabbed
NPC,
your
just in
girl's
case
sister.
these
Yeah.
ones don't turn out.
You're right.
All right. Well, I'm SJ or SJ underscore sidekick. This is Kids on Brooms. Next one is tomorrow?
Yeah.
Question mark? Yes, tomorrow.
Tomorrow evening.
Perfect. Misha.
All right. I'm Misha or Misha underscore less than 3 here on Twitch, at Mishawea on Twitter or Tumblr. You'll also see me here tomorrow working on scheduling other games. We'll see how that goes. I think everything's going to be fine. I think all of the oracles having visions about blood cult murders is pretty normal, and it probably won't happen. Go ahead, Aspen.
Hi, I'm Sin or Sinful __ potato on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, Discord, which we have, the C+ content Discord. We have a Discord. You should join it. It's fun. It's cool. Filled with super fun stuff, especially memes. Fun stuff. I've been playing Aspen, who definitely planned who to select to bring to out of the school. And if her sister also brings her friends, then there's even more people that we're indirectly saving from whatever's going on there. And hopefully it's the other 4 prefects that are coming along too. Yeah. Twi.
I'm Twi'lek, and I have been playing Gustav. Today, you saw me as an ordinary school student. Tomorrow, you will see me as an investigator, finding out why is Kel's mum like that. 0.
I'm 0 Daylight Michael, whatever. Yeah, we learned a lot about hooking up and other unfortunate gross things. That's what's going to stick with Phineas for sure. And we got Professor Levi back. So everything is fine now. It's all good. Nothing bad can happen until someone stabs Professor Levi in the heart. So that's the unfortunate future, but it's fine. We will be back tomorrow evening, as was mentioned previously, and then again on Tuesday, I think. So cool. Well, we should say goodbye to our friends on YouTube and then figure out who to write out to. So bye, everybody in YouTube land.